Good afternoon, distinguished guests.
여러분 안녕하십니까? 제9회 국제주택도시 금융포럼
Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Lee Joo-hee, and it is truly a great honor and privilege to be leading you through today's program. Already celebrating its 9th anniversary, at this year's forum, renowned experts and scholars will share their views and insights on some of the changes and their implications in housing and urban environment since the pandemic. As many of you know, this is the first in-person event we are hosting since the pandemic. We are truly excited and honored to have everyone joining us here in Seoul. We hope you will find this year's forum professionally rewarding and enjoyable. And on behalf of the host, I would like to thank everyone once again for joining us. Also, the participants who are joining us through our YouTube channel, thank you for your participation. And now to kick off the opening ceremony, ladies and gentlemen, it is my pleasure and honor to now invite Lee Won-jae, the Vice Minister of the Ministry of Land, Infrastructure and Transport, to the stage for his opening remarks. Please join me in welcoming the Vice Minister to the stage with a very warm round of applause.
Good afternoon, everyone. I am Lee Won-jae, Vice Minister for Land and Infrastructure of Republic of Korea. As we return to normal after COVID pandemic and adjust global monetary policy to respond to inflation, social and economic environments are changing rapidly. It is very meaningful to gather to seek a future direction of housing and urban finance against this backdrop. I sincerely welcome all of you to the 9th International Forum on Housing and Urban Finance. Not only from Korea, but also from other countries, many experts joined today. My special thanks goes to His Excellency Sami Sadan, Ambassador of the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, and His Excellency Gandhi Sulishanto, Indonesian Ambassador, His Excellency Francisco Alberto Gonzalez, Ambassador of Colombia to Korea. And also, my thanks goes to the director of the Romina Borini of the OECD Wide Center, and the Min Sung-hoon, professor of the Suwon University, and also the Professor Doel Myers from the USC, and also Professor Chen Ki-tang from Singapore Nanyang Technological University, who will give the presentation today. So I thank all for you to be here today with us. Also, I thank the moderators, Professor Kim Kyung-hwan from Seogang University, and also the researcher Park Shin-young of the Korean Social Policy Institute, and other experts from home and abroad for being here with us. Distinguished guests, we are living in the era of changes, where so many things are changing. As the world goes through a pandemic, perception on housing and urban environment also has changed. As concept of ESG for environmental and social responsibility and sound governance became more and more important, paradigm of asset management of institutional investors like pension fund is also changing. Moreover, as major central banks go for a spike in benchmark rate to respond to inflation, volatility in asset and financial market is spreading, more deepening housing divide. In this time of changes, government's role is very important. Korean government, in the midst of rapid socioeconomic changes, in order to prevent the public from suffering from housing anxiety, puts its effort to stabilize housing market. It tries to relieve burden through various financial support programs and to provide housing benefit for marginalized people in the poor living environment, such as semi-basement or the subdivided room. Also, the government helps people for homeownership and residential mobility, provides quality public rental housing for the financially vulnerable, and also affordable public housing for young generation and the people without their own house. In addition, government is also working hard to alleviate difficulties for people, such as a lease scam or the noise between apartment units. Advanced countries like US is coming up with active housing supply policy to narrow housing divide and enhance the quality of living. UK and Singapore also are providing various financial instruments to boost homeownership of young generation. I believe those cases can give some takeaway for Korean government to consider housing supply and financial support. Distinguished guests, I hope we can have in-depth discussion on future direction of housing and urban finance to meet changes in our time. If experts around the world share their best practices and experience together and think more on the new role of housing and urban finance in this forum, this conference will be all the more meaningful and fruitful. Korean government will do our utmost effort to enhance the quality of life for our people by establishing and enforcing policies based on today's discussion. Once again, thanking all of you for being here with us. I wish you all the best. Thank you.
네, 차관님 뜻깊은 말씀 감사합니다.
Thank you, Minister, for that remark.
Out of his busy schedule to join us today and for giving us a very high-level overview of some of the efforts being made by the Korean government to address the changes in the housing and urban environment. Next, ladies and gentlemen, it is my pleasure and honor to invite Mr. Lee Byung-hun, the acting president of the Korea Housing and Urban Guarantee Corporation, to the stage for his congratulatory remarks. Please welcome Mr. Lee with a very warm round of applause.
예, 안녕하십니까.
Good afternoon. I am Lee Byung-hun, the acting CEO of the Korea Housing and Urban Guarantee Corporation. Honorable Vice Minister Lee Won-jae and distinguished guests from academia, financial institutions, and research institutes. It's a great pleasure to be holding the 9th International Forum on Housing and Urban Finance. I'm all the more delighted to have experts from abroad here in person this year. We have speakers and discussants, including Director Romina Boarini of OECD Y Center, Assistant Professor Tang Cheng-kit from Nanyang Technological University of Singapore, and Professor Kath Scanlon of London School of Economics, and Dr. Reiko Hayashi, the Deputy Director General of the National Institute of Population and Social Security Research of Japan. Let me extend my warm welcome to all of you. Let me also thank our panelists joining us online, renowned demographer Professor Del Myers from the USC, Mr. Hans Joachim Dievel, from the CEO of Pinfall Consult, and Dr. Ira Burma, researcher of Aalto University of Finland. I'm also grateful for the continued affection and support for our moderators, Professor Kim Kyung-won and Dr. Park Shin-young, and expert speakers and panelists from Korea, including Professor Min Sung-hoon of Suwon University. Responding to environmental changes of the global housing market and discussing ways to advance Korea's housing and urban finance was the goal of the forum that was established in 2013. Until now, we've been addressing ways to develop housing finance for the ordinary citizens, housing welfare and housing finance, and inclusive housing welfare to explore new challenges and solutions for stable housing. Especially as the world faces a grand transition, we've chosen the theme, the evolving role of housing housing and urban finance in a time of change, and have invited experts from the OECD and 6 countries to talk about our way forward. Recently, the housing market faces important challenges, including the global inflation and rate hikes in key countries. We need to respond to macroeconomic volatility while realizing residential stability and grapple with low fertility rates and population aging, the structural changes, while setting a strategic direction for new housing and urban policies. The exchange of ideas among global scholars and experts will help us deal with volatility in the global financial market and come up with new policy solutions for inclusive housing finance. The Korea Housing and Urban Guarantee Corporation is responsible for managing the Housing and Urban Fund. We've been providing guarantees and running policy finance programs to stabilize the housing market and realize residential stability of the ordinary citizens. I hope your insights shared today will lead to financial support for the public so that we could enable residential stability and housing welfare in an age of change. I'm sure that this forum, as the leading forum for housing and urban finance in Korea, will show the way forward. And once again, thank you for participation, and I wish you your health and success. Thank you very much for that meaningful remarks.
Mr. Lee Byung-hun, the acting president of Korea Housing and Urban Guarantee Corporation, for his congratulatory remarks. And I'm sure that, as he mentioned, all of the participants will truly appreciate the opportunity to directly interact with all of the experts from home and abroad who are joining us at this forum. Next, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to invite Mr. Kim Dong-nae, the president of the Korean Association for Housing Policy Studies, to deliver his congratulatory remarks. Please welcome Ms. Kim with a big round of applause.
Good afternoon. My name is Kim Dong-nae, the chairperson of Korean Association for Housing Policy Studies. So it's the first time for us to join as a sponsor, and we have a history of 31 years, and we are the leading housing policy studies society in Korea. I would like to extend my sincere congratulations on holding this forum. And today's theme is the evolving role of housing and urban finance in a time of change, which is crucial and timely. During the pandemic, our society faced demand for many changes. How people think about homes are changing, and there is increasing demand for change in conventional urban structures. Intensifying asset imbalance between generations is another social issue that we face. At the same time, the society is confronted with lowest low fertility rate, population aging, and climate change, the challenges for our future society. This is indeed a crisis. The outlook of the global economy and the Korean economy are adjusted downward. And as uncertainty expands, concerns on a hard landing of housing markets in Korea and abroad are increasing. To overcome the crisis in the short run, political and academic discussions are instrumental. In the mid to long run, we need comprehensive discussion on changes of the future society. This is why today's forum is all the more meaningful. In Session 1, Housing and Urban Policy Against Economic and Social Changes, and Session 2, Changing Demographics and the Role of Housing Finance, the 4 presentations will talk about post-pandemic changes in the housing and urban environment, as well as intergenerational asset imbalance and the role of housing finance. In the discussions, we'll be able to set the future direction for how to prepare against the new changes in the future. For today's presentation and discussion, we have a lot of experts from abroad, and we also have Professor Kim Kyung-won from Seogang University and Professor Park Shin-young, who will moderate discussions. The two were former chairpersons of our association. Again, thank you for joining us, and I look forward to insightful presentations and spirited discussion. Again, congratulations on holding the forum, and I would like to thank all the organizers for your hard work. Thank you very much.
감사합니다. 한국주택학회
Thank you very much. Thank you for your wonderful remarks.
the Korean Association for Housing Policy Studies. Thank you very much for highlighting the significance of our timely gathering here today. Next, ladies and gentlemen, as we wrap up the opening ceremony, we're going to have a group photo session. So I would like to invite all of the distinguished guests who are sitting in the front to join me here on the stage for a group photo. So please remember to bring your mask because we are going to take the photo with our masks on. So please come forward. 네, 지금부터 단체 기념사진 촬영을 진행하도록 하겠습니다. 앞쪽에 앉아 계신 내빈들께서는 무대 위에 도열을 해주시면 감사하겠습니다. So once again, please join us for a group photo session. So please come forward. So I would also like to ask our ambassadors if you could also join us. So please remember to bring your mask. We're going to take the photo with our masks on. 네, 마스크를 착용하고 나서 저희가 단체 사진 촬영을 진행하도록 하겠습니다. So there's plenty of room, so please come forward. 네, 모두 앞쪽으로 나와주시면 되겠습니다. Please come forward. 네, 모두 준비가 되셨으면은 네, 정면에 있는 카메라를 봐주시면 되겠습니다. 비록 마스크를 쓰고 계시지만 활짝 웃어주시면 감사하겠습니다. So ladies and gentlemen, please face our photographer. And I know we're wearing a mask, but if you could smile for our photographers, it would be greatly appreciated. 네, 자리에 계신 분들은 저희 다 같이 한번 큰 박수로 제9회 국제주택도시금융 포럼의 성공적인 개최를 축하하겠습니다. 네, 다 같이 다시 한 번만 박수 부탁드리겠습니다. Even the guests in the front, if you could join us. 네, 앞에 계신 분들께서도 같이 함께 박수를 쳐주시면 감사하겠습니다. 네, 감사합니다. 네, 모두 자리에 돌아가 주시면 되겠습니다. 감사합니다. So thank you very much. You may return to your seats. 네, 저희 지금부터는 휴식 시간을 가지고
From now on, we will have the break time, and then we will start again from 1:50 for the session 1.
In the first session, we're going to take a short break. Session 1 will begin at 1:50. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, I hope you all enjoyed that break. In the opening ceremony, many of our speakers talked about the changes and uncertainties that we face, and no doubt that the COVID-19 pandemic accelerated the changes that were taking place, and COVID-19 brought changes that touched on all of our lives and affected many different areas, and housing and urban environment was no exception. So as it is with every year, we have a very well thought out program this year, and we have 2 sessions prepared. In the first session, we'll focus on socioeconomic changes, and in the second session, we'll look at demographic changes. We have leading experts and scholars joining us to share with us their insight and experiences, and so just like myself, I hope you will all look forward to the next 2 sessions that will follow. For each session, there will be 2 presentations, and the presentations will be followed by a panel discussion. Well, with that said, ladies and gentlemen, let us now begin the first session, which is titled Housing and Urban Policies in Response to Socioeconomic Changes. And presenting the first presentation for this forum is Ms. Romina Boarini, the Director of OECD-Y Center. I would like to invite Ms. Boarini to the stage for her presentation. The title of her presentation is Changing Housing and Urban Environment Since the Pandemic and Its Implications. Please welcome her with a very big round of applause.
Well, good afternoon, and thanks so much for the invitation, and thanks so much to HUG, Mollet, and the Korean Association for Housing Policy Studies and the Housing Finance Association for bringing all of us together around this very important discussion. In my presentation, I'm going to talk about the important relationship between housing and people's well-being. And of course, I'm going to take the pandemic actually as the most important illustration of that relationship. I'm going then to comment about the most recent trends that we observed in the housing sector in OECD countries. And then I will conclude by telling you a bit about the new analytical approach that we are developing at the moment with Mollet and with HUG to better understand the important role that people-centered policies can play to improve the performance of the housing sector. So before I go into the topic of housing, let me just very quickly give you a sense of the reasons why the OECD has in fact invested in the notion of well-being. This is something, of course, that we have done for many, many years. We started back in the 70s, and we were not the only ones. So the OECD was part of a global movement that really insisted on the necessity to go beyond growth and GDP in particular as a measure of economic and social progress. And in particular, in 2011, the OECD decided to launch a new initiative, the Better Life Index, which I think is an instrument some of you may be aware of, where essentially we come up with a number of important indicators that we're looking at the living conditions and the other aspects of well-being in the OECD populations. And more recently, we created the Y Center that I'm representing today. And the mission of our center is really to mainstream the policy, the well-being considerations in all the policy agenda of OECD countries. So in a nutshell, this is the main framework we're using in our work, and we're defining well-being in terms of economic components. So we have, of course, measures of income, measures of wealth, measures of jobs, we measure of housing. We have, as well have all measures that actually describe the relational, personal, and social components of well-being. And we're looking at well-being today, but also at the drivers of well-being over time. So importantly, we're also looking at the resources and the factors that drive the change of well-being for the future generation. Importantly, we are putting a lot of focus on distributional consideration. This is a key aspect, and of course, WISE looks at inclusion and equal opportunity in all the work we do, but this is a particular focus, I think, that makes a lot of sense for the housing sector, because of course we know that the living conditions and the housing conditions actually are quite diverse across all population groups. So just to give you a very, very quick illustrations of how we apply that from a statistical perspective, this is actually a snapshot of the housing situation and performance in OECD countries based on our indicators. So this is drawn from How is Life, which is our key well-being publication, and the data in particular that are shown in this chart refer to the pre-pandemic. So in 2020, when we published this study, we actually came with a positive news because, let's say, the overall housing situation in OECD countries was actually improving. And so we had observed, the change of housing in OECD between 2010 and 2020, and we found that both the extent of overcrowding, but also the share of poor households lacking basic sanitations and other facilities actually have fallen as a whole. Big differences remain across the country, so obviously, so this general trend for the OECD average as a whole, doesn't mean that sort of countries do exactly the same, and they have strengths and weaknesses in housing. But importantly, when it comes to housing affordability, which is one of the other indicators that we consider, we actually saw again in 2020 that it was actually stable, so 80% in the OECD, and Korea was in fact the country with the highest housing affordability at 85%. We also look at connectivity, digital connectivity, which of course is another very important element that tells us about the quality of the housing, and this obviously became very, very important during the pandemic. The other indicators we're looking at obviously relate to urban environment, so the environmental quality of life is also another component of our approach, and one that we document with comparable indicators across countries. So one of the two indicators is about the air quality, obviously a key one that tells about the inputs of air quality on human health, and that is one area where really all OECD countries should do much better. So in 2020, approximately 2/3 of people in OECD countries were still exposed to dangerous levels of fine particulate matters. And so much above, in fact, so that those level of exposures were much above the thresholds that is recommended actually by the WHO. When it comes to green spaces, we found that almost 7% of people living in European cities lack access to green spaces. But now let me quickly say that we do not only look at, let's say, those basic housing facilities and conditions. We're trying now to start new work in collaborations with HUF and Mullet that allows us to deepen our understanding of the relationship between people's well-being and the built environment. And so built environment is a notion that obviously, has been sort of conceived in opposition to the natural environment. So built environment is essentially everything that was shaped and built by man. And so it includes housing, but also obviously it also includes different type of infrastructures, transport, also digital infrastructures, and importantly, urban setting. And so we're looking now at the relationship of some very specific well-being dimensions, such as health, safety, and social connections, and the built environment. And so interestingly, I think there is a very, very clear positive relationship between built environment and health. So we know that there are some forms of built environment that can promote the walking and the cycling, and this obviously, brings about active, healthier, more livable communities, and that has a very positive input on mental health outcomes. When it comes to safety, I think the evidence that we are at the moment reviewing is still a bit mixed, so I don't think we have a good understanding of the good practices in terms of what are the type of the built environment that actually drives, really, really good security and safety. And so we know that there are some built environment factors that can alleviate or rather sort of aggravate the traffic safety problems. Social connection is another interesting one, and one where I would say the nexus with well-being and housing and built environment is still very hard to understand, and so we will have to do a little bit more work. We know, for instance, that there are measures that promote workability and livability, as I said, these are positive for mental health, but at the same time, so they can provide also opportunities for strong personal relationships, but we also know that sometimes the very, very extreme dense areas with high-rise buildings can contribute to loneliness, fear of crime, and lower community spirit. So these are just very preliminary findings, but they tell you about the importance of this new research that we're starting in cooperation with UG and with Mollet. So now, when it comes to the pandemic, of course, as I said, in a way, we know that pandemic has disrupted profoundly the lives of everyone in all OECD countries. But I think the relationship with housing is a particularly interesting one to look at, because the poor housing conditions really put people's well-being at greater risk during the pandemic. And in particular, we saw that the people in the OECD countries that were living in very overcrowded housing, and this is 10% in OECD countries, those people were actually at greater risk of infection. It was harder for them to isolate, within their dwellings. Of course, they had to share the same basic facilities with a large number of people. Also, we saw that during the lockdowns, people living in overcrowded housing really had a lot of problems with mental health, and that was especially true for the children and for the young people. So, in general, the lack of access to basic sanitation, which is still an issue for 6% of poor households in the OECD, also made it harder to contain the spread of COVID-19 households. Now, of course, the pandemic meant and entailed a number of changes in people's lives, and the other, big factor, of course, was that many activities, walking, learning, shopping, meeting people, actually completely moved online, and that boosted access to internet. And as I said, this is when we want to make sure that all households sort of have access to internet, to broadband, and in fact, this wasn't so much a problem. In fact, the access to those digital infrastructures increased as a whole during the pandemic. In Korea, I must say, it's not a problem at all, because nearly all households, so I think it's universal access to those facilities, to broadband internet at home, and that was really positive. In other countries, unfortunately, it wasn't the case, and so the households that were lacking access to broadband facilities experienced a lot of problems, especially when it comes, to school learning. And we know, in fact, that the impacts on the human capital the pandemic had was very, very bad, exactly through this digital gaps divides that we observed in some countries. Now, what is interesting is that the effects of the pandemic were not just seen in the short term, but we believe that, of course, they are going also to shape and influence the broader housing trends in the future. And this is because the COVID-19 in some cases changed the preferences for housing demand and also for some aspects of the urban environment. So in general, as I said, teleworking became much more prevalent, and we think that in some countries and in some places, in some very specific territories, the housing demand is actually shifting durably and permanently away from city centers to rural and peri-urban areas. And so, in the slide, we're talking about an interesting example of a small city in the US that actually saw the enrollment rate in the local school actually to increase by 25%. So that just gives you a sense of how essentially the policymakers that are responsible for housing policies in the OECD countries right now obviously are observing, those changes in preferences, and they will have to essentially provide housing services that combine, those preferences with, of course, the other many constraints that the government may have in setting up policies for housing. So the other obviously important factor was the rise of housing prices and how that rise in fact affected the financial security of households. Before I go into the data that relates specifically to the pandemic, let me say that the increase in house prices is something we have seen in many OECD countries much before the pandemic. So this is unfortunately quite of a dramatic trend that in fact has endangered and jeopardized particularly the position of middle class and young people. And so this is something that again was there well before the pandemic started. So clearly, the pandemic came, aggravating and worsening that situation. In fact, in the mass majority of OECD countries, the house prices have been growing faster than general inflation since 2012, and we saw that this trend continued in 2020 and until 2021 as well. Between 19 and 20, the rental prices grew to a lesser extent than house prices, but they still increased a little bit. And essentially, the fact that they didn't increase too much was because many governments stepped in with important interventions to cap the rent prices. Now, between 2021 and 22, the house prices have finally started to decrease. However, in some countries, the rental prices continue to grow. So, the overall situation from a financial perspective and affordability perspective remains quite mixed. And of course, the inputs of this are not equal across the population. They are very unevenly distributed. So housing is obviously the largest budget expenditure for the most vulnerable households. And so clearly, the economic crisis that was generated by the pandemic meant, of course, reduced earnings and working hours. And so the financial insecurity of the most vulnerable households was obviously very much affected. And that was actually particularly true for the households that were living in overcrowded households and were already overburdened by housing costs. In fact, you have to think about the fact that 1 in 5 poor households in the OECD spend over 40% of their income in housing. And another group that is particularly affected by this problem is youth. Again, youth really spend a lot of money in trying to pay for their house. Now, of course, as we just heard from the Vice Minister during the opening ceremony, governments did a lot during the pandemic to contain the negative economic and social impacts of the pandemic. And so, in fact, I would say as a general feature, many governments across the OECD enacted and adopted measures to alleviate the negative consequences of COVID-19 on the tenants and the market holders. So, we've done a survey in the OECD, and we saw that the most common measures that governments used to respond, in this particular area, included mortgage forbearance and eviction bans. And at least 10 countries in the OECD took action to provide shelter and services to the homeless. And 11 countries allowed at least some households to defer payments of utility payments and required continuity of services, even when, the basic payments by the households were missing. Number of countries also intervened to actually help the post-crisis recovery of the construction sector. And the other positive trend that I want to observe coming from Europe is, of course, that European Union as a whole adopted the big reconstructions and recovery plans. And so if you look, in fact, at the very specific components of those plans, it is positive to see that many of those plans really have measures that directly relate and encourage countries actually to spend on infrastructure and housing in particular. So this is something I think that we see in a positive way, because it's a real way countries can invest today in the recovery, but in a way that combines not just efficiency, but also equity, especially if those housing investments, again, are made in very poor areas and specifically target low-income people. And at the same time, because we know that the new investments also comes with the green stamp, that's obviously, and all the sort of the ambition of meeting the environmental standards, this is positive as well for the planet. So I think this is one of the nice examples that we always sort of recommend to countries, really right now, very, very timely, given the economic context at the moment, but also the broader, obviously, trends and the necessity for all countries of this world to decarbonize and green their economies as urgently as possible. Now, going to the more recent situation. So, after the pandemic, of course, we had another crisis brought about by, the surge of inflation, the food and energy prices. situation, and this is obviously a very negative factor. There is also risk of recession. So all of this is impacting, unfortunately, the current context. But when it comes specifically to the housing situation, what we saw is that in all OECD countries, inflation and rising energy prices are really weighing a lot on the housing sector. In Korea, the house prices have increased since 2020, but actually at a slower pace than on average in the OECD, and managed to stabilize just below 10% in the first quarters of this year. The house prices have also increased faster than energy prices until 2021. But from this year onwards, the energy price have increased by more than 30% in the OECD, and in fact surpassing the growth of house prices. Now, to be honest, from a strictly sort of economic well-being perspective, it doesn't make a lot of difference, if the inflation comes from, from the perspective of the ones that have to pay the bills at the end of the month. And again, so if you look at the poor, the youth, those that live in the urban areas, it doesn't really make a lot of difference where you have to pay more on one or the other. The overall, obviously, increase in new bills, it's what's made the difference. However, of course, for policymakers, it is important to understand where, what are the basic drivers and determinants of the inflation components. So now, what I want to conclude on and give you a sense and a flavor of the type of work that we're going to do in the future is currently, we know that the situation is quite complex. The pandemic, the inflation, the changes in the energy market, these are all complex, all compounding the complexities that the housing sector, to some extent, was already facing. And it is really important to recognize that when we think about the housing and, of course, the built environment, more widely speaking, the implications for people's well-being are very many. And so one of the main recommendations we give in the OECD, but I would say specifically when we take the well-being approach, is that, it's not enough to just look at, one policy instrument. When you want to affect something like the performance of the housing sector from the perspective of how it shapes people's well-being, you really have to take a very, very holistic and integrated approach that is able to consider all those different factors and effects. So I'm going to illustrate this idea with a couple of more slides. So we have developed in WISE a very specific approach for mainstreaming well-being in the policy cycle. And so we're saying there are 4 things that need to happen, the 4 R's that kind of, in a way, can unlock a very virtuous circle for policy. And this is about refocusing, redesigning, and realigning, and finally reconnecting. And so in particular, when it comes to refocusing policy action and for the housing sector, and refocusing housing policies for well-being, what we're saying is governments should really very carefully assess the impact of the various policy instruments in housing on the various aspects of people's well-being that are relevant to consider. So as I said, there are many. It's not just about the economic aspect, but there is, for instance, the impacts on health, safety, and social connections, to name a few, right? So the idea is to say governments need to have tools that are able, again, to consider also different aspects, and importantly, they have to look at what are the specific groups of the populations, what are the specific places and territories that are going to be hit the most. And of course, that is not an easy job. We recognize it. There are a lot of trade-offs, a lot of different tensions there, but it is really, really important to have an analysis that encompasses all those different factors. Similar point, this is about redesigning the policies and the programs, and this, again, takes a multidimensional approach. So as I said, there are many different types of housing policies you could take. We know that they may have different impacts on the different aspects of well-being, especially if you start looking at sort of current well-being, future well-being. And so as an example, we put a table that I'm not expecting you to read in any way because it's very, very small. However, you have it in your printed slides. So this is the result of an exercise that the OECD conducted, in fact, just a couple of years ago. And it was essentially reviewing what we know from the economic literatures in terms of what are the different effects of the various types of housing policies on some of the dimensions of people well-being. And here in particular, the effects we're focusing on inclusivity, sustainability, and efficiency. And so essentially, the table tells you, if you have one single policy and it has positive inputs, you will see, green arrows across the board. It means there are no trade-offs, win-win, and this is really positive policy. However, this is actually the case for, I think, only one of the very many policies that we reviewed. And this is just when you build the green social housing with portable eligibility. So it means that essentially you allocate the housing to people that obviously need it in one very specific moment in time, but you have to make sure that that right is something that can be assessed and monitored over time, so it's not something that necessarily stays with the individual across the lifetime. So this is positive across the board. So you see a green arrow really in all the different dimensions. But this is not the case for all the others. So, for instance, the inputs of regulations, housing regulation, being on housing permits or on regulation of rental, for instance, is very mixed. So again, that's an illustration about the trade-offs. But again, you need to have empirical evidence to be able to assess where the tensions are, and possibly put in place a package that is able to also introduce flanking policies that can compensate some of these negative trade-offs. So I'm almost done, but I still want to take some few seconds to talk about the other two R's. So the realigning and the reconnect. So the realigning speaks to the idea that, again, housing policy is not just the responsibility of one department. In many, I would say in most OECD countries, you do have actually a ministry that is in charge of housing, but we also know that there are many other type of decisions that are important for the housing sector that actually don't belong to the housing ministry. They are really spread across the board, or they're spread across levels of governments. In fact, housing very often is the responsibility of local governments and in OECD countries. And so, there is the need to articulate those different types of and different levels of government and governance. And so it's really important to ensure that there is a very coherent strategy and a very explicit one at government level to ensure, of course, that this sort of multiple intervention is, injected in the system in a way that, again, make the most of the positive benefits, the positive spillovers, and again, mitigate sort of the negative consequences. So there have been some countries that in OECD have been experimenting with the idea of actually creating governance mechanisms that can articulate those different policy interventions in different areas and across different levels of governments with a lot of sort of coherence and integrated way. And so examples include budget processes. This is always an excellent way to bring coherence and, at the same time actually to obviously power and empower, so power the idea of coherence, but also empower the different departments to act positively, on one very specific area, but in a way, again, that always reflects well-being considerations. The national development plans is another interesting, I would say, option and avenue for having exactly, that type of coherent decision-making. And finally, the public procurement. Finally, there is the issue of reconnection. And why we're talking about reconnecting people with policies and institutions. This is a bigger problem. Of course, it's not just housing, and housing, I would say, probably is not even the most relevant sort of issue here. But in many, many countries, we see that there is a lot of lack of trust in the governments. This is a very bad trend that has been there for some time. The pandemic was positive at the very beginning when governments intervened very, very, I would say, ambitiously and rapidly. The trust and confidence in government increased, but then it started decreasing again. So we know that it's really, really important that, as a general point, all policies have to be constructed with the help of the citizens. So there is a very, very important element of effectiveness there that comes from the public acceptability. And so very concretely, there are a lot of policies that, have to be designed by the governments, but in consultation actually with the stakeholders. So a number of interesting processes have been put in place by OECD countries. And so, every housing or built environment strategy, in our view, should be really designed together with the stakeholders. So I'm done, and thank you so much for your attention.
Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. Please join me in thanking Ms. Borarini for her wonderful presentation. Thank you for that very informative presentation. The next presentation is titled The Misalignment Between the Strategic Asset Allocations and the ESG Investment Targets of Institutional Investors, and it will be delivered by Associate Professor Min Sung-hoon from the Department of Urban Planning and Real Estate at the University of Suwon. Please welcome Professor Min with a warm round of applause.
Thank you, everyone, for having me here. This session is about the policies in response to changes, and I chose the sustainability as the change to discuss in this presentation. I'd like to talk about institutional investors focusing on their ESG investment, which is closely related to the sustainability of our cities. I think there is a misalignment between their strategic asset allocations and ESG investment, which can be a barrier to our progress towards sustainable cities. My presentation is composed of 4 parts. Firstly, I'll mention the cities and their relationship with the capital market. And secondly, I'll explain who institutional investors are and what a strategic asset allocation is and how the misalignment occurs. And then I'll show you a very simple example exhibiting the misalignment. And lastly, I'll present 3 suggestions on housing and urban policies. I have to apologize for deleting several pages in my presentation material, so follow me cautiously, please. We have experienced a severe turbulence during the last 3 years. The pandemic, war, inflation, and interest rate are making negative effects on our society. However, we have achieved some progress too. I think one of the remarkable progresses was the global enhancement of sustainability. Many proposed ideas and solutions to ESG problems have come into the legal framework. In the discussion on sustainability, cities play a significant role. As we all know, most people, money, and energy consumption and carbon emission are concentrated in the small part of our globe. So we have to say, if we want to change the world, we have to change our cities first. We have to do many things, consider many things to change our cities because they are composed of many elements. Among them, I think real assets have special meaning because they constitute the physical foundation of our cities. The Sustainable Development Goals, which was established by the United Nations, showed a similar idea. The 11th goal is aimed at sustainable cities, and it has 10 sub-targets. As you can see, most of the targets are related to directly or indirectly related to the real assets, such as real estate and infrastructure. One thing we have to keep in mind is the real assets are very expensive. According to McKinsey, the total book value of real assets was $520 trillion in 2020, a huge amount of money. And real estate and infrastructure made up 70% and 10% respectively, so they are closely related to capital market. And moreover, the capital market is engaged in loans and securities collateralized by real estate and infrastructure. So we have to say, if we want to change our cities, we have to change the capital market first. Let's move on to institutional investors. Institutional investor can be defined as a financial intermediary managing the savings of many people or citizens. They collect the savings from the citizens and pay and invest it into the capital market. they make a return from the investment and pay it back to the citizens. So they can contribute to sustainable cities in two ways: financing the sustainable real assets and supporting the livelihood of citizens. Their investment process is composed of two levels, typically asset allocation and asset selection. The asset allocation is the process of determining how much money to invest into each asset class. In general, it is conducted by the help of mathematical optimization using the return indices of asset classes. And asset selection is the process of actually buying and selling specific assets in the market. Most institutional investors hire external asset management companies for the asset selection. When it comes to ESG investment, the asset selection has been spotlighted. Most investors, researchers, and governments have contemplated how to make each ESG investment profitable. However, I think it's the time to consider the asset allocation or strategic asset allocation is the same thing. Because it's the time because the ESG investment is widely spreading across many institutional investors, and the strategic asset allocation plays a significant role in the investment performance. Many studies revealed the strategic asset allocation explains a large proportion of investment performance. Exactly speaking, the variability of investment performance. Some studies insisted the proportion is more than 90%. The change of institutional investors towards ESG investment can be observed from the number of signatories of the PRI, which is an organization of a representative organization of investment professionals pursuing ESG investment. After it was established in 2006, the number of signatories increased gradually. However, since 2015, when the Paris Agreement was signed, the number has been surging, as you can see from the graph. I think one of the reasons of this change is the unique characteristic of ESG investment in the context of ethical investment. Historically, ethical investment emphasized and promoted the morality and sacrifice, but current ESG investment is actively pursuing profit as well as environmental and social values. Although contradictory, ESG investment is becoming more and more profitable because of the governmental regulations and incentives about it. And it frees institutional investors from the fiduciary duty to their clients. A common action or tools of institutional investors for pursuing ESG investment is the declaration of their ESG investment target, long-term target. Many global organizations were established for the purpose. One distinctive feature is they are focusing on the environmental factor among the three ESG factors. Their targets are established by a top-down approach in accordance with global goals such as SDGs. And their timeline is being adjusted to the suggestions of global institutions such as IPCC, which is insisting the achievement of net zero emission by 2050. Now, let's think about the relationship between their strategic asset allocations and ESG investment. As I said, they use return indices for strategic asset allocations. In general, they use composite return indices, such as S&P 500, representing the average performance of all the assets in the universe or the target sectors. So their portfolio come to contain, their portfolios are determined by the average characteristics of investment, or the characteristics of average investment, or ordinary investment rather than ESG investment. However, their ESG investment target is given by a top-down approach, and fund managers don't have discretion about it. Consequently, their portfolio, or exactly speaking, the amount of money invested in sustainable assets becomes different from the prerequisites of their portfolio's optimization. If the return of ESG investment is exactly the same as average investment, there is no problem. But if not, their portfolio cannot be optimal. This is the technical meaning of the misalignment in my research. Let's observe the misalignment with a very simple simulation. I conducted 2 strategic asset allocations, or portfolio optimizations, one with composite indices and the other with ESG indices, and then compared the 2 results. I chose 3 basic asset classes: stock, bond, and real estate. I used the listed risk stock as the proxy of real estate. And these indices are about the US because there is not so many ESG indices. I have to found the paired ESG indices with the composite indices. The US have a lot of indices, so I limited my simulation into the US. And the year of analysis is 6 years. The period of analysis is 6 years. 3 years prior to COVID-19 and 3 years after the outbreak of COVID-19. As you can see from this graph, a stock achieved a high return, but volatile. And bond achieved a low return, but stable. And REIT achieved low return and volatile. The sharp decrease in the middle of the graph happened at the beginning of 2020. This graph shows the same characteristics, risk-return characteristics in different way. The horizontal axis is risk, and vertical axis is return. So we can express the risk-return characteristics of a specific asset by a point on this plane. Prior to COVID-19, the performance of average investment and ESG investment was not so different. The black points are average investment and green points are ESG investment. But after the outbreak of COVID-19, the difference became larger. As you can see, the real estate shows the biggest volatility, which is different from our common understanding about real estate. I think it is caused by the COVID shutdown and social distancing. These are the prerequisites of the portfolio optimization. The objective functions are maximizing return and minimizing risk. And the constraints is invest all the money without short sale. And I chose resampled efficiency modeling method for the optimization, which produce relatively stable result. The result of the optimization is a curve on the risk-return plane. This curve shows the set of best portfolios which can be constructed by the given asset classes. The name of this curve is efficient frontier. We are watching two efficient frontiers. The black one is average investment and green one is ESG investment. From the graph on the left, we can find ESG investment slightly outperformed the average investment prior to COVID-19. And the two graphs on the right shows the proportions of three asset classes in the portfolio in accordance with the level of risk. The left graph is average, and right graph is ESG investment. I draw two white lines across the two graphs because the difference is very tiny. So you can find a tiny difference between the two portfolios. You may think it is very similar, but we have to know 1% of portfolio means a huge amount of money regarding the size of institutional investors. If they want to change 1% bond to stock, it costs much. This graph shows the same thing after COVID-19. As you can see, the difference of performance and difference of the proportions of asset classes became larger. So we can understand the difference between average and ESG investment becomes larger when the market is volatile. In sum, this simulation this example shows a very simple idea. If we input different data, the optimization algorithm produces different results. Very simple. So if we want to adhere to our long-term ESG investment target, we have to use appropriate ESG indices for our strategic asset allocations. That's all. Okay, let's move on to policies. Consequently, for the efficient resource allocation to sustainable real assets and sustainable cities, the capital market, especially institutional investors, have to align their strategic asset allocations to their ESG investment targets. If we have different utility function, such as three-dimensional utility function, which contains ESG preference in addition to risk and return, the objective of optimization will be quite different. However, some people may have such utility functions, and many researchers, including me, are researching the modeling of that kinds of optimization. However, it is very difficult for institutional investors to adopt such utility functions because they manage the savings of so many people. So they need more concrete social consensus, and it takes time. So my presentation is based on the two-dimensional utility function. I think the most important ingredient of strategic asset allocation is qualified and various ESG indices. However, there is a lack of such indices referring to real assets. For the development of ESG indices, it is necessary to conduct credible ESG assessment, which enables the identification of sustainable assets, because the ESG indices should be constructed by the sustainable assets. And for the ESG assessment, transparent ESG disclosure is fundamental to obtain necessary information for the assessment. However, ESG assessment and disclosure on real assets are not easily achieved from the market. I think they are reliant on the governmental policies. I have 3 suggestions about it. Firstly, we need to diversify the green certifications on real assets. We have many green certifications already. Some voluntary certifications are very famous internationally, but most of the certifications are domestic and adjusted to the country's own situations. So comparing them is not easy. The standardization, not unification, of the green certifications on real assets will be helpful to the development of ESG indices. In addition to standardization, we need to diversify and expand the range of the green certification to infrastructure, community, and other elements of our cities, because most certifications are dealing with just the buildings now. Secondly, we need to promote the ESG disclosure of real assets. To do so, we have to develop a disclosure standard first. Many disclosure standard was developed already, but all of them are related to listed companies. However, most alternative investment targeting real estate infrastructure are accomplished by private funds, and they are not under strong disclosure obligations. So we need to strengthen the regulations on ESG disclosure of real assets. And moreover, we have to develop the data management system to share the information with the capital market. This is closely related to the policy on the smart city. And lastly, we need to measure the social and governance performance of real assets. I said the capital market is focusing on the E among ESG. I think there are 3 reasons. Actually, environmental problem is urgent. And the key issue is identified, which is climate change. And lastly, the main reason of climate change, which is greenhouse gas emission, is technically measurable. It is very important. Utilizing the environmental factor is relatively easier to the capital market. However, our cities cannot be understandable without social and governance value. So the development of the measure of social and governance performance of real assets will expand our understanding or balanced understanding about our cities. Okay, that's all. Thank you for listening.
Thank you. Please join me in thanking Professor Min for his insightful presentation. 네, 민 교수님은 여기 무대 위에 자리를 해주시면 될 것 같습니다. 저희가 여기 3번째 좌석이십니다. So now I would like to invite the moderator and also the presenter panelists all to the stage to take their seat for the first panel discussion. So invite the moderator, the panelists, and the 2 presenters to the stage so that we can begin the panel discussion for the first session. I think everyone is almost ready. Our moderator needs no introduction. Ladies and gentlemen, Professor Kim Kyung-hwan from Seogang University will be moderating the first session. Professor Kim, the floor is yours.
Thank Thank you, everyone. I was supposed to speak in English for the panel discussion, so please understand that.
Good afternoon. I was given the privilege of moderating this exciting panel after two very interesting and informative presentations. Let me just give my quick summary and then introduce the panel and describe the procedures of the panel discussion. I think Romina Buarini's presentation covered a wide range of issues brought about by the pandemic, by changing the housing and urban environment, and the implications of these changes. She covered key indicators of housing condition and housing affordability, as well as the urban environment. She highlighted the possibly long-lasting impact of the legacy of the pandemic. Then she summarized implications for applying a well-being approach to housing and built environment, urban built environment, by way of 4 R's: refocus, redesign, realign, and reconnect. And I think the keyword of her presentation is quality of life or well-being beyond GDP. And it's very relevant for Korea, because Korea tends to underperform in the measure of quality of life and happiness compared with its performance in terms of per capita income. So it's especially relevant that we refocus our policy efforts on promoting quality of life and also making our cities more inclusive as well as sustainable and resilient. Then Professor Min took on the sustainability component of the Ys, the Ys being well-being, inclusion, sustainability, and equal opportunity. And his presentation connects nicely to the first presentation, because at the end of the day, financing matters, money matters in achieving all these important goals. You might recall what Bertrand Renault, a famous housing finance specialist at the World Bank, said. He said, cities are built the way they are financed. So whether we talk about housing finance or urban infrastructure finance, it's really important that financing affects the shape of the city. So Professor Min took a look at the behavior of institutional investors who play a key role in mobilizing funds in the capital market for urban built environment. And he compared the performance, behavior of strategic asset allocation and ESG investment targets of these institutional investors. The issue is whether the firms that pursue ESG targets do well financially as well. And my interpretation is that he presented some positive results on this point. And then he draws implications, and he suggested that institutional investors need to align their strategic asset allocation with ESG targets, and this can be done only if some prerequisites are met, like ESG assessment and disclosure, and these are also reliant on housing and urban policies. So the two presentations go nicely with each other. And we have 4 distinguished panelists for this panel. And let me briefly introduce the panelists. Well, the first panelist, going my left to right, Professor Jin Chang-ha from Hanyang University. He's one of the most active researchers in housing and real estate. He's published extensively in international journals as well as in Korean journals. And next to Professor Jin sits Dr. Koo Kang-mo, who is a research fellow at Hana Institute of Finance. He's a finance expert, but he also had taught at Deakin Business School in Australia before joining Hana Institute. And then Cass Scallon was a distinguished policy fellow at the London School of Economics. She is a renowned housing and urban researcher in the UK as well as in Europe. She is Secretary of Coordination Committee of the European Network of Housing Research. And she has done a lot of research, comparative work on European countries in housing. And finally, we have Dr. Reiko Hayashi, who is a Deputy Director General of the National Institute of Population and Social Security Research of Japan. She had previously taught at the Center for Sustainable Urban Regeneration at the University of Tokyo. So we have, economists, a finance expert, housing and urban specialist, and health scientists working in demographics. So I'm excited to hear their discussions. And briefly, the logistics is that we will go in the first round from left to right, starting with Professor Jin. And each presenters will use 5 minutes, please, using their slides. And then after the first round, I will ask each panelist a question. And the panelists will respond to these questions and also add their own points, which were not covered in the first round discussion. And if we hope to have some time reserved for question from the floor. And you're free to ask questions either in English or in Korean in the end. Okay? So without further ado, let's start with Professor Chen to break the ice.
Yeah. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Chung Jin from Hanyang University. Today, I'm going to make my discussion about housing and urban policy in response to socio-economic changes. And I just want to extend Dr. Min's presentation about the ESG from the corporate perspective. Actually, it's the motivation of this ESG. I look at this motivation as change of the primary purpose of the corporations. When you teach corporate finance, the definition of the corporate is to maximize the shareholder value, right? However, we consider this is the to maximize the stakeholders' value. Actually, it's been a while and well-adopted concept. However, right after financial crisis, actually the inequality issue is become a social problem. So that I think we should take some action about to resolve these socio-economic problems. I think this is the one of the pointing of this ESG movement, I guess. And the European countries and the United States is now take very active actions about to establish this legislative environment. In terms of a given limited of time, so I try to skip the brief history of how this ESG evolves. And in real estate, including the LH and the HUF, and they do very active actions to promote this, to meet their global standards by providing energy efficient, public affordable housing units, and green building, eco-friendly, office buildings preferred by the institutional investors, right? And also there is an increasing of the green bond market. So this is the typical practical example of how this environmental issue is adopted in South Korea. In terms of social responsibility, Actually, this issue is not the one that the real estate industry applies. This is more about the tenant issue and the landlord firms issue, right? So I think REITs is the very good formation of the corporations that adopt this social governance, this social responsibility in terms of the tenant engagement and community development program and so on. And the governance issue is also important in the real estate. As Dr. Min explains, actually, there is some empirical advantage by adopting this governance, the better governance system in their business, especially for the international investors. And also, many of the rich firms now gain their competitiveness power in terms of this, better governance system. And also, corporate governance also, promotes, construction of the green building to make public relations. Actually, here is the point that I just want to make mentions. This is a challenging part of their ESG. Again, the ESG, to make stakeholders value, we should think about the cost of each individual firm's perspective. So when you compare the marginal cost and the marginal social cost, the ESG movement is the where we should heading for. However, in cost-wise, the pride becomes perspective. This is the very short-term basis, and tomorrow the cost will be written in the accounting system. However, the revenue from this investment is based on the long term and somewhat ambiguous to measure. So how to resolve this issue? So I think the role of the ESG, Key Performance Index, is very critical. So the KPI, the Key Performance Index, must be specific and measurable and attainable and relevant and within the time bound. So otherwise, there must be a huge gap between the ESG social benefit versus ESG investment return. So a good example of it is the ESG green bond. Actually, there is the increasing issuing of the ESG green bond. However, some of them, they are performed less profitable than any other bond. So we call this is greenwashing. So I think without this appropriate preparation of this kind of accurate and the Q index, so the productivity of this green bond is not guaranteed. And also this ESG with from each individual perspective, firm's perspective. So each individual company must think about what kind of item they should put as first priority. So we have the many different aspects of their standard in terms of ESG. So if any company is to put the different and the wrong order of it, and it's really hard to quantify the benefit of it. And also the more important issue is what context of the ESG applied to their business. For example, should we measure the change supplies, their ESG rank? Actually, if they measure our final products and the final service, then we should not concern about our supply chain, right? However, the large company is very easy to meet this qualified ESG standard. However, small size and the medium size companies really tricky to meet this ESG global standard. And also, the last one is that during the COVID-19, I think this is the question that Dr. Kim probably raised in the later. But during this time, pandemic, the COVID-19 allows many investors to think about the sustainability of the environment and the social issue and the importance of technology in their daily life. So I think this is the very good, the ground level during the right after the COVID-19 to launch this ESG global standard. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Professor Jin. Can you move to Dr. Koo? Please.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Kang Moo-koo from Hana Institute of Finance of Hana Bank. It's my great pleasure to share my opinion and discuss two presenters' presentation material. I'll briefly touch two topics, one after the other. And well, first of all, my appreciation goes to two presenters for sharing your intuitive ideas and presentation. Well, let me start with the topic of OECD well-being framework. Well, no doubt, urban environment is a living creature, and we see lots of interaction between human beings and built environment. After experiencing unanticipated externalities such as COVID-19, well, we definitely are expecting some changes in our living standard, urban environment, and living condition at the same time. However, after reading this material and listening to the presentation of OECD, current well-being and future well-being standards are quite relieving our concern level, because it will finally make more our society, urban environment, more livable, resilient, and sustainable in the end. And at the same time, after pursuing these goals in the future, well, we can help alleviate the carbon dioxide emission level, which account for 38% only from built environment, which is much higher than anticipated, right? So, let me go into my comments slide. Impact of the remote working and the impact of migration and the relocation. That is the point that I want to raise today. Well, we have seen many stories about remote working, teleworking, however you name it. Some people were forced to work from home, right? And some people intentionally, voluntarily remained at home for working. So, well, given the fact that 50% of Korean cities or small districts are at the risk of extinction, according to a recent report from Korean government. Well, it might be a good news, tremendously good news for underdeveloped area or undeveloped area by having more people coming into their area, okay? But however, that can act as a double-edged sword, okay? So if the migration, as per your presentation, some US cities have experienced a price hike during the pandemic because more people are coming into their area. So on one hand, it is good to hear that more people are coming to risky area, the region that are facing the risk of extinction. At the same time, on the other hand, it is quite concernable to find the price increase in those areas, right? So this is tangent on the issue of affordability. So let's think about the local people who remained there for ages, right? Previously, the houses in the subject area were quite affordable to the local resident, but after experiencing this pandemic, all of a sudden, these houses are not affordable at all, okay? And as per the recent report of S&P Case-Shiller report, major American cities are facing house price drop in 3 months in a row, right? So those cities who are facing more severe house price drop are from the Sunbelt area, which also experienced the sudden increase and highest increase during the pandemic and even before then. So if we had an unanticipated price increase during or after the pandemic by the unanticipated migration, then what's going to happen in the short term after reverting to the previous condition? The people who migrate to those areas might suffer from the price drop, okay? And let me talk about the green building rating comparison. Well, ESG is not a new concept. Previously, we had CSR, corporate social responsibility, and we discussed that so many times. So is it good or bad, or is it beneficiary to the stakeholders and the corporate owners? And now we are facing the issue of ESG, especially from the perspective of investors or financial institutions. The first capital E is easier to exercise because we can invest on the green and environment-friendly built environment. However, as Professor Min mentioned, it is hard to find a synchronized or uniform standard of environmental friendliness. So on the left-hand side of the slide, you can see different examples of impact category and weights allocated to each category. Okay, so we have BREEAM, LEED, and green star and green marks from 4 different countries. So as you can see, different category has different weights. And I believe that different allocation of weight depend on the current status or the future goal of each country. If you are lack of natural resources, you put more weight on the natural resource the utilization or efficiency of energy. Okay, so how would you compare one to another standard? Okay. So on the right-hand side of the slide, I'm showing an example of convergent table prepared by BREEAM. So each standard has their own rating. Okay. For example, BREEAM has excellent, very good, good, pass. And green star is rating by the number of stars. So once we have those comparison tables, it will be easier from the perspective of practitioners or investors. We can compare one standard to another without any hassle, right? However, next slide shows one more tricky part. So we saw that different weights are allocated to by each standard, but once we have find out that the gap in each category across different standards are very wide, right? Sometimes innovations have additional points to get higher rating, right? So how would we be able to narrow the gap across different standards? Those will be remaining questions and assignments on our table. And before we move on to the ESG practice, let me ask you a common question. Well, before we practice or implement the ESG scheme, we need to ask ourselves. So these are the fundamental ideas. So the first question is it transitory investment trend or sustainable investment strategy? Can we go on with this ESG concept forever? Or will it remain just for a couple of years and be gone away in a decade? Okay. And second question goes, does it really help us? In terms of profitability, it's really, really pleasing and relieving to find the result of efficient frontier from Professor Min, that the ESG investment is outperforming the ordinary conventional investment. However, we need to keep on tracking the performance of ESG. We can't go on simply because it's doing the good to our society, right? And public-private co-work is a good option. For example, the CPACE in the US. I'm just paying more attention to the retrofitting. While investing on the commercial properties which are newly built or newly renovated is one option. However, how do we deal with the old buildings? Retrofitting is an option, but how do we utilize capitals to help and encourage retrofitting? The CPACE which is a public-private co-working system in the context of the US, is a good example. And lastly, but not the least, however, is the ESG scheme self-sustainable? We know that government funds and the interest advantages are provided to help to issue the bond related to the ESG, right? But in the next decade, can we still go on with this practice? Okay, what if we don't get any subsidy or help from the government? Can we still move on with the ESG scheme? Those are the questions to be addressed for and answered to buttress and encourage the ESG investment. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Koo. You put a lot of questions on the table. Okay.
Thank you. Thank you to the organizers for inviting me. It's a great honor to be here with such a distinguished group of people. As Professor Min and others have commented, investors so far have treated ESG as E with a very big E and S and G as quite small letters. There's several reasons for that. Some of them have already been mentioned. The environmental question is urgent. Progress is measurable in scientific terms, and the target is clear. There's also a political imperative. It's something very newsworthy with the recent meeting of COP27, so something that investors want to be associated with. And as we've just heard, improving the environmental performance of existing buildings in particular requires money, and that is something that investors bring. But what about the S element? So that is well-being, captures that, or happiness. Many residential investors and developers do target well-being, especially in newly constructed schemes. Large schemes, big master plan schemes often focus on good quality public realm, provision for walking and cycling, and what's being called the 15-minute city, where everything that you need in day-to-day life can be accessed in 15 minutes on foot or on a bicycle. In London now, a lot of big residential schemes incorporate all kinds of facilities for the residents, including, for example, childcare schemes, gymnasiums, cafes, co-working spaces, swimming pools, big kitchens that you can hire to have your parties. The list goes on and on. However, the evidence for what works in social terms, so what the link is between these facilities and these characteristics and the eventual outcomes, is much weaker. We need better evidence here. First is the very difficult question of what exactly is the goal? How do we define the goal? Greater happiness, better well-being, yes, but that's not very specific or measurable. So there are lots of discussions about how exactly to measure people's happiness. We have survey questions in the UK. We have the ONS4, which is 4 questions about how positive people are feeling about life, and so on. But even if we have that information, it's really difficult to connect, whether or not there's a gymnasium in the basement with changes in people's answer to that question. So I was very interested in hearing about the OECD's research to try to put a little bit more precision in the relationship. So I wanted to say something about a current debate about what's being called the financialization of housing. We've been talking about the role of investment, of corporate and institutional investment in housing and how they are working with ESG standards. And the implication underneath that is that investment in residential assets is a good thing and that it improves the quality of those assets and the performance of the housing. But there is a counter-argument. Critics from the United Nations and some academics, generally from sociology, say that corporate and institutional investment in housing can have negative impacts. They say that homes are increasingly seen mainly as financial assets rather than mainly as places for people to live, and that because of this, problems arise. So these problems vary by place because they depend on the local context, the built form, the regulations around planning and new construction, but they are often seen to include rent increases in the existing stock that force tenants to move, and what's called renovictions. And this is where there are, in systems where rents are controlled, investors buy existing property and carry out improvements to the property to increase energy efficiency. Then, under the regulations, they're allowed to raise the rent to cover the cost of that, and that effectively makes the existing tenants leave. So Leilani Farha, she's in the picture on the right. She's the former UN Special Rapporteur for Adequate Housing, and she has spoken out against financialization. So this concept has had a lot of political resonance across many high-demand cities across the globe. For example, San Francisco, Vancouver, Berlin, Copenhagen, and now London. There are a lot of discussions about financialization. And many cities and national governments have enacted measures specifically to combat financialization. These include, for example, in Copenhagen, the adoption of the Blackstone law. And Blackstone is a big American private equity firm. Blackstone invested in a lot of apartment buildings in Copenhagen, invested in energy renovations and raised the rents, so the Danish government has changed the rules, so that's not possible anymore. A few final thoughts. We need much better evidence about what makes good places. Social science is not like experimental sciences. We do not have randomized controlled trials. We have to find our evidence out there from what's happening in the world. So I feel that post-occupancy evaluations should become standard for major developments. Architects consider this to be good practice, and what it involves is going into a development after it's built, maybe 2 or 3 years after people have moved in, and surveying people and looking at how people are using this space compared to how it was designed to be used. Even though they're considered to be good practice, they're not very often done because they're expensive, and so there's a great deal of knowledge that we could be getting about how buildings are being used that we're simply not getting yet. Also, I think we have to recognize that especially in high-demand cities, the activities of some investors are seen not as beneficial, but as damaging. And the ESG framework cannot ignore the importance of affordability in social sustainability. Inevitably, that gets us into what are essentially political questions about how to define affordable, for whom affordability is talked about. Are we talking about existing residents? Are we talking about future people who will move into places? And there is a tension between affordability and the qualities of the building in terms of environmental performance, because the more you invest in energy efficiency and environmental performance, inevitably that has an effect on rents. So I'll leave it there. Thank you.
Thank you, Kath. Now, Dr. Hayashi, please. Thank you.
Thank you very much for inviting me over to this important forum seminar. And then also I'm very happy to be in Seoul because this is my first visit to Seoul after the COVID-19. So it's so nice to be in this new built area and then to have this opportunity to talk face to face with everybody. So I would like to also add comments and questions to my fellow presenters and panelists in terms of this theme, the socioeconomic change and housing environment. And maybe my comment might be also related to the next session, which is dealing with demographic change, because I'm a population scientist, and I inevitably talk about how the population change and housing environment change. And especially as I'm from Japan, and then I'm doing the research on the comparative aspects of population change in Korea, Japan, and China, so I will talk in this comparative view. So, first, the population itself is Korea, is on the left it is Korean, the red line is Korean population, and then it is going up, and already since last year it started to decline, but when you see Japan on the right, the population increased, and then it has started to decline since 2008. So for us, population decline is the daily business. Now we see some of the Dr. Koo said about distinction of municipality, but this is also the big issue in Japan, how the small municipality survives when people migrate out to the metropolitan area. And this is the common, this will be, I think that Korea is not yet in the huge trend of population decline, but I think that the Korea will have the same situation shortly. And then what you see below in blue line is the number of households. Actually, even in Japan, the number of households is still increasing, and then that is a kind of hope. But soon in Japan, the number of households itself is going to decline. So anyway, we have to take it for granted, or we have to take that population decline, household decline, is a kind of normal thing. So having understood this trend, then if we keep on losing our population, then we are going to have nobody living in Japan or Korea. And then what we should do is that we have to first think about the fertility rate, how the young people get married and have children. And when we see this fertility trend, we always, see the total fertility rate. And then in Japan, since 2015, again, it started to decline. But in Korea, the low fertility is much more compared to it is much lower compared to Japan. And one of the facts is that people do not get married. And then that is how in Korea, Japan, in the East Asian context, marriage is very important to have family and to have children. And when we compare the proportion of married people or proportion never married, I was surprised to see that now in younger people in Korea, the proportion of never married people is larger compared to Japan. So we have to think about how to make the society livable And then this is the big social and economic change in our societies. And one of the reasons why they cannot get married. Some people would say that because the housing cost is high, they cannot get married, even though they want to marry. And here is one example of the survey, which is written on the right side. This survey was made for Korean people, Korean young people, why they don't get married, and then is the housing the larger issue so that they don't get married? Actually, the housing issue is a minority of reasons. There are only 1.8% who says that they don't get married because they don't have housing. So maybe it is not the housing which determines the marriage trend. Maybe it is the vice versa, or maybe it is more like the value which might affect. However, it is too important how to make housing available to, especially for the young people. So let's go to the next slide. Actually, I made this slide in response to the presenter and then also the panelist. This is the REIT, and compared with Nikkei stock index. The Nikkei stock index is Nikkei 225 in purple color and REIT in green color from 2000. Why I put this? Because during the time in 2000, when people started to talk about REIT, they started to say that REIT is more stable compared to the stock because they have mitigated the risk of upside and up and down of stock risk or volatility. So I was paying attention to REIT, and during the Lehman shock in 2008, the REIT declined in the same way as stock index declined. So as Kath talked about financialization of housing issues, then when this kind of investment is so volatile and moving up and down, then how can we face to how to make the housing affordable to the people? And then when I make this graph, I was surprised. After the Lehman shock, you see the purple line, that is the Nikkei 225 stock index moving up, and REIT index does not go up like in the stock, it is going down. This is the Japanese REIT index, and then it looks like slightly different from what Professor Min showed. That was the case of US. But also Professor Min showed the difference of stock, bond, and REIT. And then when we see the REIT, it is high risk and low return. And then when we see this graph of increasing stock index and decreasing REIT index, what is the point of investing in REIT? What is the future of REIT? Maybe this is a question to the financial specialist here on the panel. And then lastly, I'd like to raise another point that nobody mentioned so far, is about increasing empty houses issue. Because we are having population decline and soon the household number is going to decline, our proportion of empty houses is now, it kept on increasing, and now 13%. So when we see this increasing number of empty houses, we know that we have to do something we did not do before. It's not only investing, but we have to think about how to demolish the empty house, how to manage, how to control the houses. So maybe I should stop here so that I will bring the microphone back to the moderator. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Hayashi. Thank you for all the panelists for their very interesting discussion. And I didn't intervene and stop discussions after 5 minutes because we have second round. But as you can watch the clock, it's keep ticking. And unless we get stoppage time, and just like in a World Cup football match, we have to go by the time clock. So I hope all of you will be more time conscientious in the second round. Let me go in the reverse order in the second round, starting with Reiko. We'll let Professor Min or Dr. Koo or even Professor Chin to answer your question on REIT versus other stocks. But let me ask you a question on increasing empty houses in Japan, which has been very well documented for some time. But as an outside observer, not much has been done to sort of slow the pace of increase in the trend of empty houses. And we also know there are many other countries, especially in Europe, such as Italy, Germany, which are very, quickly aging. But we don't seem to have that serious empty houses problem. So could you tell us some unique features of Japan that make this empty houses issue particularly serious?
Thank you very much for the question. I think the basic reason why in Japan so much is that we are having extreme population decline. When we see the population aging is going in Italy, but they have much more international migrants coming into the country. So that might be the first explanation why we have so many empty houses. And then also, in the beginning, we are having empty houses, but we did not pay too much attention. But since 2000, actually it was in 2015, we have made a special law to tackle against these empty housing issues. And then also, very recently in 2021, we have put the National Basic Plan for Housing. We have included the issue of empty housing. And, but still, I think that it will still take time to reverse the trend. But anyway, we are trying to make, for example, database for the empty housing so that the people who are willing to live in the empty housing renovated can come. And then also we have encouraged the municipalities so that they make the planning of the empty house, and also input more power for municipality so that they can manage and, if necessary, remove the empty house when there is nobody who declares owning it. And then also we put some temporary measures for the tax deduction of inherited house, and then when the owner, the inherited person sell the house, they can have some tax deduction and so on and so forth. So we hope that this trend will be reversed somehow.
Because we are closely watching what you do in Korea as well. Thank you for your contribution. Let me ask Kath about what you described as anti-financialization measures. There is a school of thought among UK urban economists that housing has become an important asset because over time the price has gone up much faster than other prices and income, which is in turn attributable to accumulated inadequate supply. Given that, what is your assessment of the effectiveness of so-called anti-financialization measures against this inelastic supply?
Thank you for the question. Yes, it's a really interesting example of the different perspectives of different academic disciplines. I'm an economist, and I would agree with that assessment that it's essentially an issue of supply and demand, and that we have an inelastic housing supply in Britain generally. And if you look at the other cities that are affected by financialization, they also often have very inelastic housing supplies for geographical reasons, say Vancouver or San Francisco, for example, or for reasons of local regulation. The most frequent anti-financialization measures have been to do with rent, the imposition of rent controls. This reduces or caps rents for existing tenants and is beneficial to those who can remain in their dwellings and not see their rents rise. But it tends to incentivize those landlords who can leave the market to do so, to sell to owner-occupiers often, if that's permissible, or to sell to other landlords. And it disincentivizes new investment in the sector. So over the long term, it's damaging, but it's politically very appealing. And I think this is a kind of an eternal debate. Economists have said that rent control is a poor policy for decades, but it does have a clear political appeal. And we're seeing it in places where I think 10 or 15 years ago it would have been regarded as something for the history books, and it's coming back again.
Okay, I think it's not just UK, Europe. I mean, American cities are trying to bring back some rent control as well. Okay, Dr. Koo, you sort of raised the question of whether the ESG investment is a short-term fad or a long-term sustainable trend. You posed it as a question, but do you have an answer to that question?
I appreciate your question. Tough question. I asked the question to the audience or to the online audience, and you asked it back to me. Well, let me share my brief opinion about it. Well, ESG, as presented today's session, well, there's no clear hard and fast rule how to measure the level of ESG at this moment, and that there's no clear consensus which component amongst ESG are more important or equally important, right? So the ESG can be sustainable only if it can maintain a certain level of yield and performance from the perspective of investors. Otherwise, there would be no reason, well, technically and purely financial perspective, there should be profit left for the stakeholders and investors, right? So, well, in case of Singapore, it is kind of the government's goal to make all the properties eco-friendly in the next few decades. So if all the properties become environment friendly and get green marks, which is the Singaporean standard for the green building, then there would be no option other than investing on the ESG, right? So when we lean toward the trend of greenness and the environmental friendly investment trend, then definitely we'll get there. But my concern and suggestion at the same time is how to make a smooth and transitory link from today's investment trend and future's investment trend when we pursue government subsidy-free and at the same time ESG-oriented investment atmosphere. Okay, well, that would be my answer.
Well, you said it was a tough question, but you provided a very good answer. Thank you.
Thank you.
Professor Chin, I think this is a question perhaps also on the presentation by Romina and about the long-term impact of COVID-19 on housing demand in terms of the quantity, type, and location. We read that in the US, people go way out or even to out of state to find more spacious homes to do teleworking and so on. But what can you say about the Korean trend, the legacy of COVID on housing demand?
Thank you for your question. And your question is about the long-term trend about housing after pandemic. And first of all, I try to think about some economic aspect of the future changes, and then later talk about this shape and the location issue. I think we are just facing two series of wave. The first wave is pandemic, and then the increased liquidity level, it drove the second waves, which is the current increase of the interest rate. So in these days, this increase of the interest rates will 100% impact on the demand of the housing. Especially, actually, the impact is different in terms of the fiscal aspects of the pandemic and the increased interest rate. However, the household at risk is so much, I guess, will be similar in terms of the pandemic and increase of interest rate. Because during the lockdown periods, many of the high income occupations maintain their occupations and they easily switch to the online-based business, right? However, the manufacturing and the lower incomes employees, and they had a really hardship because of this lockdown. Right after that, we have another big waves, which is to increase the interest rate. And I think this, will definitely impact on the lower income households. And later, this will also impact on the supply side of housing, because we expect increase of interest rate will the lead decrease of the housing price. And the many suppliers seems to the housing market is going down. So that the symptom is on the market right now. So many of the companies does have some credit problem issue. So I think we are in the very early age of this second wave that's triggered by this pandemic. And in terms of the location and in terms of the shape, actually, we are discussing about the aging society, right? So we are worried about empty housing in the especially rural area. But until recently, South Korea regulates holding two different houses, impose the heavy tax. However, I think we do have to separate the policy about the rural housing. During the pandemic, we know that stay away from the crowd is more safe, right? So I think invest in the rural area, spending among your 7 days, about 2 or 3 days in the rural area. That's another economic activity. So the spread the population from the city center to the rural area and meet each other and create, some economic activity. This is what we are going to heading for, and we also experience that this is more safe from the pandemic era. So I think these two somewhat different, but this is very important for our, the aging society to resolve this regional disparity of the economic growth in terms of the, different, the formation of the housing and the locations with the house. Okay, thanks.
Okay, thank you, Professor Chen. So it sort of completes the 2 rounds of discussion by the panelists, but we have one unanswered question from Reiko. So do you want to take it up, or Professor Min, or any finance expert to take up? The question of REIT's performance of REIT against the performance of overall stocks.
About the future of the REIT, I want to say there are so many REITs, and REITs is not a dead animal. The REITs in Japan is focusing on the housing market, but during the last 3 years, there were a tremendous change in the U.S. REITs. In the past, the high-ranked REITs were targeting office and retail, but recently the high-ranked REITs are data center, and logistics, and energy towers, and so on. They are changing very actively. So I think they will find a good way to survive in the future, in Japan too.
Very brief. Yeah.
Right. If I add my answer to the Reiko's question about the price of the REITs in the near future, I think we should differentiate in the short-run basis and the long-run basis. In short-run, the valuation method is based on the golden growth model. So discount rate goes up, dividend itself is fixed, so price is naturally going down. However, does it can last? It depends on the economic situations. We know that the real estate is a very good inflation hedging vehicle. However, it depends on the economic situation because during the recessions, inflation goes up, economic condition goes down. Probably the REITs will follow this economic situation because no tenants and no more supplies, no more demand. So that probably will be deferred if the recession coming.
Oh, you want to add? Very brief, please. Yeah.
Yeah, let me add one more explanation about it. When comparing two different REIT indices between two countries, I think it would be important to focus on the different composition of product, such as a hospitality office or, as Professor Jin mentioned, the industrial properties. And depending on the characteristics, the lease structure differs from one country to another. Well, in case of Korea, even commercial properties have a shorter-term lease contract, while the U.S. commercial properties have longer contract period. So for example, 5 years of a base contract plus 5 years of renewal option. In case of industrial properties, it even stretches to decades, right? So, like the simple comparison of REIT index from one country to another needs further study and further analysis to figure out the differences between two countries. Thank you.
Let me see. The clock says we have 7 minutes and 26 seconds left. So let me go to the floor to take a question or two. So there's one hand up, and let me see if there's another hand. Okay, so we'll, if you allow me, we'll limit the questions to 2 so that we can give a minute or 2 to presenters for their final thoughts. Please.
Thank you for the presentation and discussions. My name is Kwan-Wook Lee. I'm a professor from the National University of Singapore. I have a question/comment, but more to Romina's presentation. So it's interesting that we see 2 different tensions in the built environment after COVID-19 pandemic. So one is obviously, as Professor Kim mentioned, in the U.S. there has been higher demand in the suburban areas. But at the same time, there is a much variation in this kind of changing housing demand between different cities and countries. Because, Cass mentioned about the Paris 15-minute city. Singapore has recently launched the 20-minute town, 45-minute cities. Seoul plan, also 2040 Seoul plan, also has got a lot of attention on the walkable daily life areas. So I think all this kind of variation is very important to note, right? Especially for these cross-city, cross-country comparisons. But at the same time, I'm a little bit concerned about this variation can also lead to significant variation in sustainability between different cities, because that's related with the second presentation on ESG, right? So if the US pattern continues, that can go back to all the urban sprawl, which is against the sustainability, and do we really want to go back to that, or how can we sort of support more self-sufficient, more compact city development, which is more in line with these ESG goals?
Okay, great. Let me take the other question and ask you to respond. Please, the other questions there. Thanks.
네, 저는 한국 국토
My name is Kim Jin from Korea Land Information Center. I first have a question for Director Romina. Thank you, first of all, for the presentation. You mentioned refocus, redesign, and realignment, which I truly agree with. The four are very important, but in the case of Korean socio-economic environment, what would be most important among the four, and what would be the role of government and business? And secondly, to Professor Min, you gave a presentation on ESG, and you mentioned the need for diversification of certification, disclosure, and evaluation of governance and social values. Thank you for the presentation. ESG is very important, and RE100 is one of the leading examples of certifications. And to realize that, what would be the role of government and business?
I was going to give two presenters a couple minutes to share their final thoughts. So, Romina first? Yeah, answer the question.
Yes, thank you so much. And I'm afraid I missed actually the initial part of the second question. I think I got sort of the main point, but maybe we'll discuss offline as well, and you will tell me if I got it right. So I think indeed, so to the first question, absolutely there is a lot of variability in understanding those patterns, including because, the teleworking and patterns have been very, very different across countries, and the initial conditions, the different divides across urban and sort of suburban were different. So clearly, one has to take into account those country-specific considerations when providing advice to governments on how to best respond to the possible shift in housing demand. That said, I think there are still elements that are emerging that seem to suggest that there are important things that any government can do right now to make sure that there are not so many tensions. And I think the issue of the puzzle about how do we reconcile the fact that people want to go sort of to suburbs or to the countryside that is going to sort of raise the housing prices, et cetera. This is bad for people's well-being. So that sort of things. So the solutions there is the idea of investing in public transport system. And so if you can actually guarantee mobility, accessible mobility, affordable mobility, and connectivity, from a physical perspective, and of course digital as well. But I think, something like a public transport system that functions well, that is something that helps, I think, reconciling those elements, because it allows people to go, outside cities and at the same time, obviously, be back, and that is, when they have to be there sort of for work. So that is one answer. To the other question, the role of government and businesses, these are very complex policies. Certainly the OECD's views is that, it takes a lot of effort from both. So governments has clear responsibilities when it comes, to set up sort of big infrastructures investments, but obviously the role of government is also to steer, I think, some of the regulation that can crowd in positively the private investment. And that, I think, connects with the ESG discussion, which I'll have a lot of things to say, but I'm not sure I'm allowed to. Very, very quickly, just to say that, yes, the measurement of S is indeed a challenge. There are tools, however, and part of the work that we have done on well-being allows to operationalize the S element of the SG as well. So it's an important agenda, and I think, it was interesting to hear that there is a lot of still questions around the misalignment, and of course the misalignment is an issue, but at the same time, I think we have to go back to the idea that we want to make sure that any policy or corporate or investment solution is one that today must reconcile economic, social, and environmental challenges. And so I think, to me, the ESG is going in the right directions. It does require a lot of strengthening, implicit, especially when it comes to disclosure and transparency and measurement. But I think this is the way towards which we should all go. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Robina. Professor Min, do we have a few minutes? Sorry, we go into injured time or stubborn time.
It will not take long. Thank you for a good question, but unfortunately, as a researcher studying real estate finance, I don't have a fantastic idea about how to achieve RE100 and other global objectives. I came to understand from this discussion, promoting ESG investment and making it work in the right way is quite different matters. I learned from this discussion. Sorry about that. I can't answer your question. I will study more, and then in some day I will answer about the question. Sorry.
Okay, great. Let me use a final couple of minutes and close the session. First of all, I'd like to thank two presenters for their excellent presentations, and also the four distinguished panelists for their contributions. I think we all learned a lot from the debate. It would be impossible to summarize our debate, which I don't mean to do. But I just want to make a couple of observations. First of all, we have a hefty challenge going forward. I think Romina's department published a report, which was Short and Winding Road to SDG 2030. You all remember the song by Beatles, A Long and Winding Road, but we have not much time left, so we have a short winding road to reach the goals, Sustainable Development Goals by 2030. But we know that we're not going to complete all these goals, fulfill all the goals, so there will be remaining work to be done. And then ESG. We need to align ESG not only with financial performance of the corporations, but also ideally with SDG for the common good of the global community. And for that to happen, we have to have sort of incentive compatible policies at various levels, but also we need better and more transparent data and information, which are also comparable. And we also need to understand that there are going to be some conflicts and trade-offs between these important goals. So we need to make the best possible decision going forward. With that, I'd like to close this very fruitful and informative panel discussion. Thank you also for two persons from the floor were asking very good questions. And thank you all the audience.
Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in thanking the moderator, presenters, and panel discussants for what was a very interactive and engaging discussion. Well, I think everyone could use a cup of tea or coffee by now, so we're going to take a short break, and then once we return, we will begin the second part of our program, which is session 2. Thank you. California. And the title of his presentation today is Population Age Waves and Generational Imbalances in Home Ownership. So why don't we see if Professor Myers is connected. Professor Myers, can you hear us?
I certainly
Hello.
can.
Hi. Is it morning there where you are?
It's almost midnight.
Oh, almost midnight. Okay. Well, thank you very much for joining us. Well, since you're connected, you have the floor.
Well, thank you very much. Hello out there, everybody. It's a pleasure to join you there. I wish I was there in person, but I am there in spirit and I'm in present. Let me bring up my screen. Here's my title of my presentation. I'm at the University of Southern California at the Price School of Public Policy. I'm both a demographer and an urban planner, and I've taught real estate in the past as well. So I cover a lot of the bases here. But I'm going to talk to you about the population age waves that are sweeping California, and there's some interesting parallels to South Korea. I want to acknowledge, let me start the presentation. And I want to acknowledge my some collaborators who've helped me along the way here, in particular, Jung-Ho Park, who actually produced some of the parallel data for South Korea that I'll be showing you. And Jung-Ho and I have worked together on numerous projects over the last few years. He's a great talent, and I miss having him in California. So I'm here with him in the room there, I think. I'm going to draw upon some other articles that I've done with other people too. So I list those also here, just for your interest. So I've got 5 big takeaway points. And here they are, and we're going to address each of these about what happens with slow population growth. You know, even the little ripples in age structure can have a big impact, as I'll demonstrate. And that active housing demand, secondly, is very focused in a narrow age range. It's very similar, we discovered, Jung-Ho and I, in both California and South Korea. And then the question that we all wonder, number 3, is, why can't we see those age waves coming ahead of time? And to illustrate how we did not see them before, I will look at the housing bubble in the United States in the early 2000s and what was going on then, and how does that compare to today? Many people are interested in that in the US because there's a recession potentially brewing and housing prices are heated. So maybe it's a bubble like before and are scared of that. They overreacted before. We don't want them to overreact again. Number 4, then, the 4th takeaway, how much does the life cycle demand effect sustained during recessions and then accelerated during recoveries? It's not a constant force. Well, it is constant, but its impacts are really vary by recession or recovery period. And we've recently acquired data to allow us to trace that out, and I can show you the difference between the two really directly. Many people are interested in age effects, and I will try to really emphasize how those are different from cohort effects. And I'll do a little both today, but I'll try to be carefully switching back and forth and let you know. I'll also let you know when I'm switching geographies, because I've got a lot of, I got a little bit of LA, a lot of California, a lot of US, and some South Korea. I'm switching geographic levels. I'll try to signal that pretty clearly for you. And then in the end here, it just really comes down to what are the generational divides. That's the theme, I think, for the panel. What are the generational divides that have accumulated over the decades? And with young people are really racing to catch up, have we grown too top heavy? Too many older people in homes that are too expensive, and is there too big a gap? And I will show you some evidence on that for 3 different scales of geography. So that's the takeaways, and I'll remind you of these as we go along. So there's a nagging question in California. Really, it's a serious problem. How can there be such an increase in housing demand if the population is not growing. We have an acute shortage right now. Prices have gone up more than 30% in the last 2 years, and yet the population is shrinking. How is that possible? And maybe you have similar questions in South Korea. I'd be interested to hear. Well, here's the overall view for California from our State Department of Finance. They're in charge of the demographics. They have a demographic research unit, and that is housed in the State Department of Finance because it's so vital to the state's budget accounting and their economic growth forecasting. The dotted line is the annual population growth in total, which was running about 300,000 a year since 2010, but then has been tailing off and rapidly been declining starting at around 2017, and then even steeper during the pandemic. This is temporary dip below zero, but it'll come back up, but how high will it go? It was already down before the pandemic. And these are the components: births minus deaths, sometimes called natural increase, that's been sloping downward. Steep fertility declines, not as bad as in South Korea, I understand. It's pretty amazing. The total fertility rate is below 1.0 in South Korea. I've looked at the vital stats, and California is not that low, but it's lower than much of the U.S. So we all suffer this problem. And net domestic migration is negative, and it's been trending downward. The red line is trending downward. We're losing more and more people. There's more people leaving than arriving. People still coming, but a lot leaving. And immigration, which used to help us, has also been declining here as well. So there's lots of these reasons here, but for the net result is that we have less growth, and maybe we need less housing if you have less growth. And if you have negative growth, maybe you could give housing back, not build anything. So would that be true? I think not. So let me show you why I think it's not. So here's the first takeaway. It's when the population age waves crash into a slowly growing housing supply. How does that work out? And here's just looking at the surface of the population in California. I'm going to draw it out by 5-year age groups. This is for one point in time. This is for the year 2000. There was roughly 2.5 million every 5 years of age. And then a few years later, it's about the same. And a few years later, it's about the same, just little ripples on the surface here. And then maybe just a slight little blip in 2019, but pretty, looks like it's pretty steady, you would say. But in fact, there's actually more going on than those ripples give away. This, in contrast, is a look at South Korea, and just to compare back here, if I can go back, let me make it go back. Go back to California. California was pretty tightly bunched, around 2.5 million each year. It's a little bit lower each year, but pretty steady. In South Korea, it's diverging quite a bit, as you know. I mean, you hit peak population size and now shrinking, and that's been a steady process. It's been building. So the ripples there are, well, they're more tangled up, but they're trending downward. So I prefer to look at this as changes every 5 years for by age groups, and we can actually see cohorts on top of the age groups. The cohorts are the same as the age group at one point in time, just to remind everybody, but over time, cohorts move to the next age. They get older as they move up. So we're really interested here in the millennials in California, millennial generation. I guess you call it the MZ generation. And this is the percentage increase in 5 years. And we had a pretty big increase between 2009 and 14. That's our recession years. We didn't really recover from the recession until just began recovering in 2014. And so the green line is for the real growth period of the recovery, the upswing in the cycle. And you see the growth shifted over to the right. The cohorts just got older. So what was growing in one age is now growing in the next age older. So this is where those ripples look so steady, but there's a wave moving through those ripples. And that the wave will have impact, as I will show you. Here is the same same diagram done for South Korea. And you also have a pronounced bulge in age 25, 29. It used to be 5 years younger earlier, and it's moving forward in time, and the arrow suggests that it's going to be about there in another 5 years. So you can track this wave. It's positive growth, and a little bit of positive growth has a big impact if it comes after a dip. Because in the dip period, the markets adjust, people get expecting that there's not as much demand, and then all of a sudden they get socked with an increase that they weren't really ready for. They weren't used to it, they weren't prepared for it. So that, I'm sure you've already noticed this is coming. It's in the late 20s now, and it's in, well, actually now it's in the early 30s, I would say. Looking back at California again, I've tried to graph this out differently by bars. Each bar is for a different 5-year period. So the age 25, 29, I'm boxing in. This red box shows that there was no growth in the early 2000s. And then we got some steady growth coming the next 3 5-year periods. That's at 25, 29. And at 35, 39, there was no growth for 3 periods. And then just recently, the wave arrived at age 35, 39, and we have all of a sudden a surge that wasn't there before. So these are, you think they're predictable because, you know, age happens. In 5 years' time, people are 5 years older. So the wave is coming. Surfers know the wave is coming. You can see the swell coming, but in demography, the swell is coming slowly, and it's not so visible as a wave on the ocean. And so people sometimes miss it. They don't realize what's happening. South Korea, you want to see that, I'm sure. There's that one cohort we already identified that is right here, age 25, 29 now. And previous years, there was a loss of people in this age group. All of a sudden, there's a jump now. And this is destined to go forward to the next age group in the next 5 years. It's a smaller effect than we have in California. But let me look more broadly, step back and look at the broader Korean age distribution. And you see the younger ages on the left, and now I'm going to box it, a red box around the right, the older ages. And there you have your baby boom, you know, the post-war baby boom is very visible there. And with strong increases that were happening earlier and are in older ages. And the question is whether that has any impact on the housing market, because they're definitely growing. What impact does it have? And then we have the younger ages down here to the left that are much smaller, but actually may have even bigger impact despite their small size, as I will show you now. And Jung Ho Park helped prepare this slide here. You collected the data for this and drew the graph. So let's turn now. So how can we estimate the active housing demand in age ranges? I mean, actually active demand, not just whether there's people, but whether there's people likely to be forming new households, moving into rental units, and buying homes for the first time. You know, where does that happen, and how strong is that? So what are these life cycle stages for entering into renting or owning? One way to look at it, the snapshot approach, which is most common, is to look at the number of renters per 100 people or households per 100 people at each age. And you see among children, of course, there's virtually no household headship going on. And then it explodes in their 20s as people become independent, move out of their parents' home, move away from dormitories or military service and into the housing market. But the number of renters actually peaks early in California and then drops off and declines because they are moving to the next stage, which is owners per 100 people, which climbs to an even higher peak. Why doesn't it go to 100? Well, because we define the household headship based on just the household as one entity, even though there might be 2 people, married couple living in the household. And so the married couple would split the headship between them, so you can't get over 50% for a married couple, because you only have one, you're trying to keep track of one housing unit for 2 people. So that's why it doesn't go higher. It's just an accounting convention. And we can put them together here. Here's the total number of renters and the total number of owners, and that's a snapshot at one point in time. Now, it's tempting to look at age and say, well, I see how it's changing with age, and that's roughly true, but the specifics, we need to actually trace real cohorts as they grow older, and we can do that. First, let me show you South Korea. South Korea is remarkably similar, I think, to California in this renting per 100 people and homeownership. Let me just back up and we'll look at California again. And you see these lines don't really move at all. They're really similar between South Korea and California. We didn't know that until we put this together for this presentation. It's remarkable. It's the same life cycle dynamic. This is for 2020 data from your census. So it's close to mine. I was looking at 2018. We don't have our census data from 2020 available yet. Not the details like for owners and renters. So let's go and see then how much change does occur as we move to each 5 years as people get older. That's really a question for us that we want to figure out. The way we do it here is looking at as the cohorts get 5 years older, and then you actually have the active demand. This is actual increases in renting and then decline. It's declining in renting, negative. And the decline is less and less and less. And here's the owners that surge upward, and then slower increase of ownership later. But it continues to add ownership late into life. It's amazing. And we add them together. So the total household formations, how they're going forward in time, and we can see how that works. I'm just checking for any messages. None. Okay. So let's see how similar is it for South Korea. That's the next question. We repeated the same analysis here for cohorts getting 5 years older, and here it is for South Korea. Not surprising, it's similar because we saw it was already similar before. A little bit earlier household formation of renters than in California. A similar but sharper peak at age 35, 39 for homeowners. And the household formation is similar also. Let me back up so we can compare California. California is not quite as high. These are the same vertical scale, 16 households per 100, 16 people per 100 forming households. Same scale, 16 per 100. So I think this is sharper here compared to in California. Ours is lower and more rounded off. It's delayed. Our houses are very expensive. People can't afford to buy them promptly on schedule. Sometimes they buy them later. And yours are expensive too, but somehow you get a sharper peak than we get. So it's an interesting similarity. But the point being that, though, you have these cohorts, we know we're tracking them, they're little ripples, they're moving forward. And as they come into these age ranges, they slam into this period of when there's a normal expectation for forming a rental household or an owner household. Now, it depends a little bit on if it's a recession or a recovery period, expansion in the economy, the business cycle expansion. We'll look at that in a second. But the point I want to emphasize is it doesn't matter how much growth there is right here or how much growth there is later. It's this narrow age range. And if you're not ready for it, when that wave comes, that's what pushes the prices up, because it's very concentrated demand in a narrow point in time. Everybody's synchronized. The pandemic only made it worse. It didn't alter it. It heightened it because everybody jumped at the same time. So the question is, why can't we see these age waves coming ahead of time? And what about that housing bubble in the US back in the early 2000s? What about that? How did that, what could we have seen? We had the data, why didn't we see it? And then, let me see what, and then we also want to ask a question about during the bubble period and leading into the Great Recession, which was a really slowed greatly. We crashed housing demand. We crashed the world economy with the financial crisis. It was precipitated, pretty bad period. And then we had a slow recovery afterwards. So those, we want to keep those distinct also. Look at these different periods. They're not all equally supportive of the life cycle demand. And so it's going to slow down home buying, or it's going to speed it up, and we'll see just how much. But first, let's look at the positioning here of the millennials. This is in California, as before, and this is the early 2000s. And M stands for millennial. Here's the peak millennial was really pretty young back at that time. And the green age range here is where the peak home buying is in California. It's in the 30s, not in the 20s. In the 20s is rentals. In the 30s is home buying. We were losing people. And this is true in the US as a whole. We were losing people because Generation X was much smaller than the baby boomers. There was a real dip in fertility, and a lot of 25%, 30% fewer babies born in this range. And so there's a trough before this millennial wave. And so there's that contrast that creates the market action, the trough followed by the boom. But the crazy thing is the trough was in the prime home buying ages during the housing bubble. So how does that work? I mean, how can we, how do they have a bubble? Well, we did it with financial inducements. We reduced credit restrictions. We removed credit restrictions. And we put in types of mortgage instruments that were risky because they would adjust periodically and suddenly, and people would then have to refinance, and they couldn't refinance, they'd get foreclosed upon. So there was risky instruments, and they reduced the credit scores required. So they pumped up demand when there really wasn't people. People were shrinking and the demand was growing. So that's why it was not sustainable. We want to see how that compared to today, obviously. So here's looking forward. Now I'm going to skip 5 years and just go to the next, skip 10 years and look at 2009 to 14. And here we see that the millennials are beginning to move into home buying, a bad time period to do it because of the crash and the credit restrictions that were then enforced after the crash. Well, the big cohort's coming, and then we kind of throttled back the demand. And then most recently, in the last 5 years, we see that at 2014 to 2019, the 5-year change there, 10% growth in millennials, and they're in the prime age ranges for home buying. And then the cohort behind them is also in prime ages. So I ask you, which of these is really the best to support housing demand? No, not those first two, forget those. Yeah, this one over here. Obviously, this is a sweet spot. The most recent 5 years is really heating up the housing market because the demographic wave, the age wave, is ideally positioned, whereas it was not before. It started to be positioned in the number 2 panel here, but the Great Recession had bad conditions that were not supportive of home buying, and also overly restrictive credit requirements at that time as well. So this is a very different period now than the previous bubble. So the point, I think, is the takeaway. But let's look more closely, though, at this recession versus recovery. I published an article just recently in our Department of Housing and Urban Development, HUD, has a journal called Cityscape. We published it there. It was looking primarily at Hispanic home ownership, but we compared it also to non-Hispanic whites. So we have two groups. And we want to look at the age groups. This is for the US. I think we actually published this maybe for the, the published version is for California, but I wanted to show you the US version of it. It's pretty similar timing. So what do you see here? Well, you see a lot of growth in people over age 45. A lot of people after age 45 are buying homes, it looks like, during a recession, which is incredible. How could you be buying homes during the recession? And equally during the recovery, there's not much difference there among Latinos. Among the whites over here, you see a similar dynamic. There's a lot of people buying homes in a recession, it seems to say, and except there's a clue here that the green wave, which is more recent, is shifted over 5 years. So what this actually is not really people buying homes. This is just the age wave of homeowners who already own homes getting 5 years older. And so they're moving into age brackets and pumping up the numbers, but they're not actually adding new demand. We saw earlier that new demand was concentrated in this age range down here, but the age groups growth doesn't seem to reflect that. So this is an important point here that many people in the financial industry in the US have confused age groups with cohorts. They think it's the same thing. The age groups are where the impacts occur, but the cohorts are the behavioral units. When people get older, 5 years older, they act in harmony with their peers who are also getting older, and they're going through a life cycle and adding housing as they get older. But the impact occurs in the age group when they arrive there. And so this is not actually, we're just subtracting age groups. We're not really tracking real people. We're comparing one cohort to the one behind it, and we're seeing growth. And so the odd thing is we have, like in the recession, we have a dip. That's good. We expect to have a recession, but but not much growth really in home buying either. And then way too many homeowners over age 45. So it's not really measuring behavior. It's just tracking the age groups as they get replaced by cohorts that come behind, baby boomers, who've got more people and more owners, and they seem to raise the numbers. So we got to straighten this out, which I'm happy to share with you. We can do that. In the next slide, I'm going to be able to pull out for you the cohort version. So let's go right there right now. And this is looking at cohorts as they get 5 years older. So not the same age group, it's the next age group. So going from age 25, 29 to 30, 34, and the age recorded here is the age at the end of the accrual period. It's the growth. And this looks more like what we expect. At older ages, there's no increase in home owning. People are not acquiring homes. In fact, they're even getting rid of them very late in life. They're not acquiring homes for either the Latinos or the Hispanics or the whites. All the growth action is where it should be among young people, the way we expect. And so we do it correctly, we get the growth happening in the age ranges where we expect it and where it occurs. Among young adults are the first-time buyers, and also, they hold on to those homes later, and there's not much growth or subtraction for a long age range, and then late in life, it starts to drop off. But what about the recession versus the recovery? How is it possible that in the recession, there's homes being purchased? Well, this is our way of measuring recession. It's not just the 1 year or 2 years of the official Great Recession. It's this time period from, we're comparing the boom years of 2005 to 9. I know 9 was the beginning of the recession, but it was the end of the boom. Those 5 years are being then compared to the next 5 years, which are 2010 to 14. And 14 is the beginnings of recovery. But most of that is still in recession. It was very delayed recovery. Didn't begin until after 2012. So there's a little bit of home buying in 2013, 2014 that is showing up here in this red bulge right here. But then in the full recovery, when that happens, then we get really big bulge. The green line is much higher, and that's much more expansive home buying. I should point out that in the Great Depression in 1930s, one happy day I was in the depths of the library and in a basement in MIT, and I remember finding a volume of the 1940 Census of Housing. And back then, the census included not only the 1940 table, but 1930 data also. And they had one table that had them both on the same page. So happily, I could then compare them and discover that the cohorts, as they got older during the Great Depression, they also increased their home ownership. Even though the total home ownership rate dipped during the decade, the cohorts were moving up in home ownership, just not as fast as previously. And that slower speed of increase is what lowered the total home ownership. But it was striking that young adults were moving up so much. And they weren't building a lot of houses in the 1930s either, but people were selling them. They got foreclosed upon, they got resold. So there was home purchases happening among younger adults. So I've seen it happen before in the Great Depression. And so I wasn't shocked to see it in this one here. All right, so let's move to the next question. The final takeaway here is about the generational divide between older people and then who bought their homes a long time ago, and then the younger generations who are racing to catch the runaway train. Isn't there a generational divide?
Professor Myers?
Yes.
I'm sorry for the interruption, but I think we'll have to kindly ask you to maybe wrap up your presentation. We apologize.
Okay.
Thank
so
you.
1 minute more? 1 minute more?
Yes, okay,
right.
just 1 minute more.
Here you go. So here's the population growth. Then what it used to be, it was like in the middle age, and now all the growth is in older age, total night and day. There was no growth in older age, very little previously, and now all the growth is in older age. You may have the same thing if you draw that out for Korea. Here's the home ownership rates that are declining. The point being at older ages, no decline. Age 65 and older in the US, constant home ownership rate. California, hardly any decline. LA County, a little lower level, but not much decline. All the decline is down below here. How big is that decline? I graph it out for you. Compare 35 to 44-year-olds to 65-year-olds, and the decline has gotten huge. There's a gap here of 29 percentage points between the younger generation and the older generation. We have to close that gap. It's crucial. That's our big challenge. So I'll stop here. The future is still to be determined. Aging keeps happening. We know that. And there are my takeaway points again. And I thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor Myers. I'm sorry we were not able to give you more time, but thank you very much for your very enlightening presentation. It was very interesting to see the comparison between California and Korea. Thank you. Well, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to move on to the second presentation for session 2. The second presentation will be delivered by Assistant Professor Cheng Kit Tang of Nanyang Technological University of Singapore. The title of his presentation is The Role of Housing Finance to Narrow the Generational Wealth Gap. Please welcome Professor Tang with another big round of applause.
Hi, good afternoon, everyone. First, I would like to thank the host, Mulit, and the organizers for inviting me. I've learned a lot from the earlier sessions. And my name is Cheng Kiet, and I'm an assistant professor in the Department of Economics. And I'm going to talk about the role of housing finance and policies to narrow the generation wealth gap. So let me first talk about housing capital gains and how it is important as a source of wealth accumulation. So down here, I have a very telling graph that actually shows us the wealth accumulation and the wealth percentile for 30 to 40 years old by generation in the United States. So this is compiled by, from the survey of consumer finance. And you can see that there are two cohorts down here that are looking at 1960s and 1980s. So what do you mean by 1960s? It's when you are 30 to 40 years old, is when in the early 1990s you are 30 to 40 years old. And we can look at the amount of wealth that's being accumulated by the two different generations are quite stark across the wealth distribution. As you can see down here for the green line, the 1960 cohort have accumulated much more wealth compared to the 1980s, which where I could resonate very well because I belong to this cohort. And you begin asking, what is explaining this disparity in terms of wealth accumulation? And it becomes very evident when we look at housing wealth, which is highlighted by the dotted lines. So in similar fashion, you can see that there is a disparity in terms of the amount of housing they are actually acquiring. In short, you can see from the dashed blue line, which is the 1980 cohort, they are basically accumulating less housing wealth, which is explaining this disparity in terms of wealth. And if you can look at this figure down here on my right, okay, which is on your left, you can see down here is that when we look at this data again on home ownership rates across the different cohorts. So this is based on PSID, where they have the 1940 cohorts as well. So what this means is that if you are born in 1940s, you are probably about 30 or 40 years old when you are in the 1970s. And if you can look at the age down here, and of course the y-axis down here is the proportion of homeowners. What this is telling us is that if you look at the red line, if you belong to the 1940 cohort, it just simply means that at the age of 35, you have about 70% of them actually own a house, okay? And then we move 20 years later at the 1960 cohort, which means that you are about 30 to 40 when you are 19. In the early 1990s, this dropped to around 60%. And unfortunately, this again began to drop for the 1980 cohort, where we see that the probability of being a homeowner is only 50%. So 50% of the group is not actually owning houses. And this is evidently showing that younger generations are less likely to be homeowners. And the first question we ask is that whether the younger generation is actually earning less in terms of real terms. And when we put this figure together again for the three different cohorts, and we look at how much in terms of real median household earnings, you do see that they are quite similar. So it's not like they are earning less income, okay, in terms of real terms. So in other words, what is explaining this phenomenon that our younger generations are losing out and not partaking in the housing market? And it becomes very evident that one of the major reasons is that house prices are rising faster relative to income. One of the common metric for housing affordability is to look at the ratio between housing prices and your income itself, okay? And of course, what this PTI means is that if it's a ratio of 2, it just means that 2 years of your income, if you don't spend on anything else, that is equivalent to the housing prices. And of course, the higher this ratio, the more or less affordable it is. And we can see that across the board, for the United States, this has been rising, which is evidently showing that housing prices are rising faster than income. And of course, if you look at this across space, there's substantial heterogeneity. To be honest, it's not everywhere that is not affordable. It is only at certain locations where affordability becomes a major concern. If you look at this, for the metro area, that's about 4.1 in 2021. And if you can look at the West Coast itself, is super darkly shaded, which is resonate with whatever Professor Myers have shared earlier on. Los Angeles, San Francisco, the West Coast. They are geographically constrained and they are super expensive, which makes it very unaffordable. And unfortunately, many of the younger generations in search for better jobs, they are being attracted to these places. So that exacerbates their ability to actually afford housing. Okay. So this is one of the reasons why younger generations are not buying houses. And I'm going to talk about more reasons because these are important factors that I reckon policymakers should be focusing on in order to rectify this low home ownership rates for the younger generation. And of course, the second thing is down payment constraints. We all know that you can't really buy a house without financing. And unfortunately, loan-to-value ratios are always quite stable, right, across time, unless there's a certain crisis. And there's a study that's been done by Felipe Caruzzi from London School of Economics that has actually looked at subprime crisis and how it affected the loan-to-value ratios for home buyers from England and Wales. And they look at, basically you can look at from this figure on top down here is that median loan-to-value ratios due to the credit crunch from the subprime crisis have actually fell from 90% to around 75%. So if you're buying $1 million house, initially, things are rosy. You're looking at forking out around, putting out around about $100,000 in terms of down payment. This has unfortunately increased to around $250,000 if you're looking at buying a house after the subprime crisis. And when they look at the sort of transactions that are being affected, of course, prices across the board have decreased, which is understandable when there's credit constraint. But when they look at specifically at the type of houses that were being sold, it is evident that the biggest decrease in terms of percentage, which I've red boxed down here, belongs to the houses with the lowest quality or the lowest prices. So in other words, it is the lowest quality houses that are most adversely affected by these constraints in terms of loan-to-value ratios. And this is exactly where our young home buyers are, because you can't expect them to be buying expensive houses for their first house. And of course, there are many other reasons why, and of course, some of them are by choice. First thing, as I've mentioned earlier on, our younger generation is attracted to high-paying jobs in this sort of metropolitan cities, whether it's London, Seoul, Singapore, Shanghai, Beijing, and these places, unfortunately, are very expensive, and that actually exacerbates this sort of low home ownership problem for the young. And of course, as Dr. Reiko has earlier mentioned, marriage delays could be also one of the reasons why the younger homeowners are not actually buying houses. If you're looking at of course, increasingly, housing prices are so high, and if you are delaying your marriage, right, it becomes hard for you to actually think about owning a house by yourself. You definitely need the second income, and two person to actually work collectively to work on the down payment and also on the mortgage repayments. And of course, another stream of literature has also highlighted earnings uncertainty. Not like our forefathers, our dad, our grandfather used to have much more stable in terms of earnings, although their earnings in terms of real absolute terms could be lower, but they are actually more certain as compared to our earnings now where, we could be easily laid off. So that could be another reason why young homeowners are refusing to actually enter into the mortgage markets. And of course, the desire for mobility, you don't really want to tie yourself down and pay high transaction costs for real estate, and that could be another reason. And finally, of course, alternative investments could be another reason. Nowadays it's so easy to get into the stock market, or whether it's getting into crypto or NFTs, that could potentially distract yourself, move your portfolio from real estate to other areas. So, of course, but then there are, why policymakers actually care so much about home ownership? Of course, there are a lot of benefits. So earlier on, I've shown you the wealth disparity driven by the lack of home ownership. And it's because capital gains and low mortgage rates allow leveraged households to actually accumulate wealth. And of course, it is another form of forced savings, right? If you think about it, I want to go on holiday, but if you are engaged, if you have a mortgage to pay, you might, it's basically forcing you to save money rather than to spend on other things. And it could potentially also help you hedge against rising future rents, which is another reason why our young is not accumulating so much wealth. And of course, there are also other benefits in terms of mortgage interest deductions, which I'll talk more about later, and so on and so forth. So, of course, at first sight, it becomes an important question: how can policymakers think about improving the affordability for first-time young home buyers? And of course, one of the things that why housing prices are so high, other than the fact that there could be demand, is as Kev earlier mentioned, in terms of inelastic supply, right? Supply could be very inelastic, especially in locations that's very popular. And in order to reduce housing values and to reduce the amount of down payment for young homeowners, it is of paramount importance to think about supplying more housing, whether it's in terms of changing land use, increasing residential supply, selling more land to developers to increase supply, and also about thinking about relaxing planning regulation, especially in some of these cities where there's a lot of history, a lot of historical preservation sort of infrastructures. You are thinking about how to relax it to increase urban density and to encourage redevelopment. And of course, another way that Singapore has done very well in terms of this is directly providing cheap and affordable public housing. And something that I think could potentially be useful is also about sheltering first-time home buyers from investors. So you're thinking about how to reduce speculation in terms of housing, how to make sure that housing is actually a consumption good rather than an investment good. And the next thing you can think about is also how the policymakers can think about improving the financing terms for first-time home buyers, like for instance, relaxing financing constraints. You're thinking about giving them higher LTVs, interest-free loans, and so on and so forth. And also about tax subsidies to encourage home ownership, which I'm not a very big supporter of that, which I'm going to talk about later. But all this is basically an overview of the different policies that I'll be covering later in the subsequent few slides. These are some of the things that has been done by the government, and basically I'll be evaluating whether they are working or not working and how to make them actually work better. So, as you all know from my name and my background, I'm a Singaporean. So I will be inclined to talk about policies in Singapore. And of course, I may be biased by sharing with you policies in Singapore. So let me talk a bit about some hard facts about the home ownership and home affordability situation in Singapore to justify why I actually talk about Singapore. So of course, I've been talking about US, and this basically, it's just some summary statistics on the PTI, or the price to income ratio, for major cities across Asia and Australia. And you can see down here that I boxed in red is that we have Singapore, and Singapore is a very unique housing market. I'm sure you all know about this. There's the private market, which is open to foreigners and also to investors. And also there is the HDB, or the public housing market. And you can see down here is that the PTI down here, or the price to median annual household income, it's much lower compared to comparable cities, like for instance in Hong Kong and Shenzhen, and also in Shanghai. So how did Singapore actually achieve this sort of housing affordability despite being one of the most regulated and of course geographically space-constrained sort of city? We know that we're an island that has very limited land. So how do we go about doing it? And of course, it has to do with the sort of public housing market within Singapore. And of course, because it's so affordable, home ownership rates are unprecedentedly high in Singapore compared to some of these other cities down here. So we're looking at around 90% for Singapore, and you can compare this to other comparable cities, like for instance in Seoul, which is about 48%, Hong Kong, and so on and so forth. They are much higher in terms of that. And of course, this has to do with the public housing market within Singapore itself. That houses almost 80%, or that constitute almost 80% of the housing stock. And if you can look at comparing in terms of prices at price per square meter basis in USD, you can see that HDB is around 6 to 7 times cheaper than housing in Hong Kong. And private housing is actually also about 3 times cheaper. So how did Singapore actually achieve that? Has to do with the housing market. So why is it so affordable? is that, of course, first, it's heavily subsidized by grants for first-time home buyers and low-income households, and is generally underpriced by the government. So you get a lot of grants, but it's only for Singaporeans, unfortunately. And it becomes easy for when you think about trying to get a house when you first get married. Things are really affordable. And other than being affordable in terms of prices and in terms of grants, they are technically sheltered from also investors and foreign demand, because only Singaporeans can acquire it, or if you are a permanent resident, and you can't acquire more than one. So that takes away the sort of speculatory concerns on the housing market. And of course, very interestingly, there's also a policy that's also tied to marriage, where if you are below 35 years old, you can only apply for housing, public housing when you're married, and that actually makes it easier to afford a house, right? Because they encourage you to get married, and when you have two incomes coming in to finance public housing, that becomes much cheaper. If not, you know, wait until 35 years to apply it independently. And more importantly, which I'm also going to talk about, is the favorable financing down here. So HDB, the Housing Development Board, do provide HDB loans that are fixed at around 2.6%, which is really, really low compared to the current interest rate environment. And of course, they allow high LTVs. It went up to about 90% over the last few years, but reduced recently. And more importantly, it can be financed by your pension fund. So that actually makes it much easier, because if you can draw money down from your pension fund, whether it's for down payment or whether it's for mortgage payment, that actually makes things much easier. But having said that, I do caveat of the using of pension funds, because there could be some issues given the increased life expectancy. And if all your money is actually locked into housing, how do you think about consuming this housing equity and retiring comfortably? So of course, if you look at down payment requirements across these major cities down here, and something you can see that, of course, in Singapore is generally lower. You're looking at 15% down payment for public housing, 25% for private housing, which is much lower to comparable cities around Asia. And more importantly, you're looking at this actually reducing to almost to zero when you can finance it through your CPF. So CPF is our pension fund, and if you have worked a good few years, you can technically buy a public housing without actually any cash, without actually drawing any cash from your bank accounts. And based on HDB, about 80% of the people, Singaporeans who are actually buying public housing, can technically pay off their down payment without actually drawing their cash. So that is also another reason why home ownership rates are so high in Singapore. And having said, talk about all this, how exciting it is and how Singapore actually managed to increase affordability, unfortunately, it's kind of uniquely Singapore. It's kind of hard to actually bring this model to other countries. And the very reason why is because the Singapore government is able to provide public housing at such a cheap price is because they owned majority of the state land, which is an important and expensive factor input for producing public housing. So that makes it harder for you to be thinking about replicating the Singapore model elsewhere. And of course, public goods are centrally provided, which is very different from public housing elsewhere. Because there's always this worry about, inferior public goods associated with public housing, especially in other countries like in the United States. But then, having said that, there are some features that could possibly be adopted elsewhere. And I would think that, like, for instance, financing housing retirement funds could be a potential sort of avenue down here. But of course, I caveat this is in red because there are always some concerns given the increase in life expectancy. How do you think about consuming housing equity when all your retirement funds are tied to housing? So that becomes an important concern, and policymakers must think about how do we cash out, how do we allow downgrading as you proceed, as you become older, and you have a very big house. Is it possible for you to think about reverse mortgages or lease buybacks in order to cash out part of your house to have enough money for a comfortable retirement? But of course, other things like sheltering from investors and favorable financing terms, these are all things that could potentially be adopted elsewhere. And I've been talking about public housing, but also in Singapore, there are quite a fair bit of anti-housing speculation policies. That is to prevent housing to be treated like an investment asset. And one of these things down here is actually buyer stamp duty. So we all know that when you buy a house, you need to incur like a 3% buyer stamp duty, which is quite normal. But in Singapore, if you have decided to acquire more housing on top of one, then you might be subjected to what we call ABSD, additional buyer stamp duty. That could be 70% for the second property if you are Singaporean, 25% if you are third property. And if you are at this juncture thinking about investing in the Singapore markets and you're not a Singaporean, you could be thinking about, 30% as a foreigner. That is quite substantial, okay? And if you're a business entity, this could go up to 35%. And if you decide to flip your unit within 1 year, treating that as an investment asset, you could be incurring up to 12% in terms of seller stamp duty. So these are the additional sort of macro-prudential policies that you are thinking about keeping investors out of the housing market down here. And I was recently interested in some of these purchase restrictions for investors, and I understand that recently that there were some sort of restrictions that are implemented in the Gangnam area to prevent investors from buying residential properties within the treated area down here, which is denoted in red. And of course, this is not really targeted for the first-time home buyers because we all know that properties in Gangnam is so expensive, so it's not necessary for them. But technically, what the policy did was that if residential transactions in these sort of areas down here are only allowed for residential home buyers who plans to actually stay more than 2 years, okay? And the government, of course, wanted to prevent speculators from actually buying into these areas because they are planning to redevelop this area. And so, together with a friend who is working in KIPF, we're actually looking at transacted prices for areas that are within these treated areas where there were purchase restrictions compared to areas that are right outside of this area to see whether when we take investors out from the housing market, what sort of implications does it have to the housing market? And it becomes very evident that within the treated area itself, which is to the left, to your left, it is that housing prices actually went down. Transaction volume also went down, and of course, rental volume went down as well. After the purchase restriction is being implemented, we observe a 10% decrease in housing values, which seems to be taking away, when you take away sales from investors. And there's also a 5% reduction in terms of transaction and rental volume. So, of course, is it improving affordability? Is it improving affordability for first-time owners? This is unlikely to be the case given that they are not what the policy is targeting. But at least, this sort of simple quasi-experiment basically tell us that when we take investors out of the picture, that could potentially reduce housing prices and increase affordability for our young home buyers. Okay. And I have about 2 minutes left. Let me just very quickly run through some of the other policies. And one of the other things about improving housing affordability for our young homeowners is Help to Buy. So this is a policy that's introduced in England and Wales that provides an interest-free equity loan for first-time home buyers purchasing their first house. So if you're looking at a housing value of less than 600K or 300,000K for Wales, home buyers will only need to pay 5% of their purchase price, okay, which is 5% down payment, and they can borrow for interest-free for up to 20% and up to 40% for London. And what this means is that if you look at the $200,000 home that's being purchased, your down payment could be as little as 5%. So that makes it very easily accessible for young homeowners to actually buy a house. And evidently, this is some sort of a demand-side policy down here where we extend housing credit and increase housing demand for first-time home buyers. How does it actually have implications to the housing market? And evidently, of course, this is a very targeted policy. This definitely helps the sort of young homeowners to actually acquire a house, because we all know that housing is very unaffordable, especially in the central London areas. But unfortunately, when they look at housing prices and they look at building volumes, this sort of housing demand did not translate to more building and increase in housing and they actually increase housing values for the most supply-constrained and unaffordable areas. So you can look at this figure down here, where we look at, for instance, across the year, the red area is basically in central London, and the blue area is basically outside central London. So you can see that after the policy is being implemented, prices actually went up in central London. And unfortunately, when you look at supply itself in terms of new build, it's not increasing at all. So when you have a demand-side policy that actually pushes housing demand without actually increasing housing supply, with inelastic housing supply, that could potentially have very detrimental effects. It could actually make housing prices increase and actually make it less affordable for first-time home buyers because they're actually being forced to pay higher prices. So beneficiaries of this policy is definitely your developers who are actually buying, building new houses because they have a tendency to actually build smaller units to attract more purchase. And finally, I'll talk about mortgage interest deduction with the last 1 minute, is that mortgage interest deduction, of course, is one of the biggest amount of federal spending in terms of creating affordable housing. But unfortunately, it is a very expensive program in terms of foregoing taxes. But do you think that actually, because basically individuals can reduce their income tax from actually paying higher mortgages? But who benefits from this policy? And as I'm trying to insinuate, this sort of mortgage interest deductions down here, at least shown in the literature, that it does not really benefit the people who needed the sort of help, but it actually benefits largely the rich. So of course, this is one way to actually subsidize home ownership by actually allowing you to reduce your income tax obligations through higher mortgage interest. But what happens down here is that most of this money actually goes to the higher income and not to the lower income first-time home buyers. And does it encourage home ownership? At least from the existing literature, it doesn't. Jonathan Gruber has done a study recently where they actually take away mortgage interest deduction for Danish home buyers, and they realized that home prices actually went there are no effects of home ownership rates when you take away mortgage interest deductions, and actually reduces housing consumption because you're consuming less houses, and actually helps to reduce housing prices. And similar study by Christian Huber has also actually shown similar results where mortgage interest deduction actually encourage richer homeowners to actually buy bigger houses, which could potentially crowd out our first-time home buyers down here. So let me just end off with this concluding remark, is that it is increasingly hard for young homeowners to think about owning a house due to rising housing prices relative to income, and this has implications on their lifetime wealth accumulation. So down payment is the main impediment. So in order to reduce down payment, we need to reduce housing prices, and you can increase affordability by simply increasing housing supply in those places that are most supply constrained and the most expensive places. And of course, relaxing financing constraint for young home buyers could definitely help them. Sheltering them from investors and foreign demand could definitely help them as well. Singapore has done well, but it's kind of hard to replicate their model elsewhere. And of course, demand-side policies, as I mentioned, on relaxing financing constraints without considering supply could increase prices and reduce affordability. Tax subsidies on home ownership rate could also, make housing less affordable by increasing housing consumption for richer homeowners. So with that, I'll end off my talk. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Professor Tang. I think if you're ready, you can take your seat. Oh, you want to go down first? Okay. We're now going to continue on with the panel discussion. I would like to invite the moderator as well as the panel discussants to the stage. So we have two panel discussants from Korea who will take their places on the stage, as well as Professor Tang. Two discussants will be joining us virtually, as well as Professor Myers from the University of Southern California. So it will be truly a hybrid session in its truest sense. With that said, I would like to introduce the moderator for this panel discussion, Dr. Park Shin-young, the Senior Executive Researcher at the Korean Social Policy Institute, will lead us through this panel discussion. Doctor, the floor is yours.
안녕하세요. Hello everyone, I am Shin-young Park. I was supposed to speak in English, but I believe that it will not work that much because we have to finish this session by 6 o'clock, so we have to speed up. So to make a speed up, I cannot speak in English, so I will speak in Korean comfortably. As you listen to the presentations of the Professor Dole Myers and Professor Chen-Kit Tang, so maybe I can summarize them one by one, and I'd like to thank you, but I think I should make it really brief because we don't have that much time.
So, with the three panelists and speakers, I have communicated through email, but it would be the first time to see my face. And Professor Meyer's presentation was, as you heard, was focused on household formation by age group and the subsequent rise in demand and volatility in housing prices. And he mentioned that demand is always there, and he focused on comparing the age groups with a 5-year unit of California and South Korea. So in the beginning, when they are young, they would mostly rent homes, and starting from the age 25, the demand for housing rises in the US. And starting with that, he showed us how the housing demand changes. And at the end, he showed us a chart comparing the 80s and 2018. The generation gap between the older generation and the younger generation. In the 80s, it was easier to get a home, so the gap was not that large, but in 2017, the gap rose to around 27%. So also in the US, we see a huge gap between the younger and older generation in terms of household ownership.
And the Professor Tang showed us a very important statistics, including Asian and the European cases, all the housing prices, and the young generation's reason why they do not have a home ownership. And not only the Singapore policy, but also he covered about the restrictions of the transaction in Seoul. And he also talked about the mortgage deduction income, MDI. And originally, he was supposed to have he was not supposed to have those kind of contents, but he also showed that how the DID is working in the real cases. I'm sorry, I cannot give you more time to explain about that. So thank you very much for your presentation, Professor Myers and Professor Chang. In this second session, the topic is the role of the housing finance in response to the demographic changes. So we have to talk about the demographic changes, which is not covered by the presentation. So I just like to add my comments about that, and then I will hand over the microphone to the panelists. As you may well know, Korea is facing the rapid aging. In the first session, the Dr. Reiko Hayashi talked about the aging problem in Japan. So we are following suit of the Japan, but the speed is more faster in Korea. Just within 2 years, people aged more than 65 will amount to the 25% of the total population in Korea. So in this rapid aging society, we need to confirm they are living in a proper house. So we have a high home ownership ratio for the old people. We have to look at whether they are affordable for paying all these the home ownership. So those should be dealt in this session too, I believe. And also Dr. Hayashi talked about the reason of like a low percentage of the marriage based on the non-home ownerships. So it is difficult for people to get married if they do not have home, and they cannot have children either. So the home ownership for the young generation is highly important in this session, and I believe that the panelists can cover about those issues. And when we talk about the demographic changes, we have to talk about the low fertility and the aging trend, and so that's why I'm mentioning about this now. And we have 4 panelists, so each panelist will have 5 minutes to talk about the presentation of the Professor Myers and Professor Tang. And then in addition to that, you can have your own say within the 5 minutes. And no matter how last time we have a very important panelist here. And we have 2 panelists online joining us. So I have to introduce them first. So I have the English introduction here. So I will say that we have the panelists from the Finland and the Germany. And then let me introduce first Dr. Ira Verma. We have her on the screen. The Dr. Ira Verma.
I'm so sorry. Dr. Verma.
So Dr. Verma is from the Sotera Research Institute of the Aalto University. She is the senior researcher and the architecture major. So she is also the author of the very wonderful book called The Housing for Everyone. And he gave the wonderful perspective for the elderly people and the handicapped people. So he is an expert in the inclusive housing. So we have the Dr. Ira Verma with her. Please welcome her with a big round of applause. And secondly, we also have Hans-Joachim Duvel from Germany. I exchange the mails a lot with him because he's so passionate professional, and now he's the CEO and founder of a Pork concert in Germany. For more than 30 years, he's working for the housing and the urban environment, and in the various areas from marketing to the finance and the legal issues. He provides the advice for all areas. He's also worked with the World Bank and Asian Development Bank and with the Council of Europe. He is working as an advisor to those groups. And he is also heavily involved in the private sector related to the financial area. So he's a financial expert. Please give him a big round of applause. And the third discussant is a Professor Jang Hyuk. He is a professor in the Seoul National University International Graduate School and in charge of the growth and the development. The Professor Chung had conducted a lot of research, and he has also worked for the World Bank. Especially among his researches, the Professor Chung researched a lot about the growth and the inequity, and he related this into the financial problems. Yes, so we have Professor Chung Hyuk together with us here. I am not the moderator that often, but I had an experience to become a moderator, but now I am leading the virtual session, so I'm a little confused now. So we have the last panelist, who is the Cheongkyu Park, the managing director of the Real Estate Market Research Center. He is the real estate expert. Please welcome him with a big round of applause.
So I have introduced the 4 panelists and I give them 5 minutes each for your discussions, comment, and commentary. So how about the order? So please refer to the booklet. We will start with Dr. Dubel. Then, after Dr. Dubel, we are going to move on to Dr. Park Chun-kyu, then Professor Chung Hyuk, and then Dr. Verma for your discussions. Now, Dr. Dubel, please go ahead.
Yeah, thank you very much. It's good to be back in the Korea conference. And I very much would like to thank also Kyungwan Kim for arranging this participation. I'm a housing finance expert, actually, and I do housing policy advisory work with many governments around the world. So, of course, the question is, do we have a policy case here? And what can the private sector do to narrow this intergenerational wealth gap that we're diagnosing? Very quickly, I think we can, from the German perspective or European perspective, we can second the analysis of Professor Myers. What we see over the last 25 years, we don't have the latest data available to 2023, it's coming in only, but from 1998 to 18 is that indeed in the younger generations, the homeownership rates are declining. We see some increase in the older generations, but that's a cohort effect, as Professor Myers also has taught us. So you see renter generations dying out, and essentially people who have built homeownership becoming older. Interesting maybe for Korea is the east of Germany, because there we have seen quite a dramatic catch-up effect. And if you look at the quasi cohorts, you really see increases of 10% or so inside so behavioral attempts to catch up with the lack of single-family housing, because it was mostly multifamily prefab housing in which people lived, swapping units, selling units. The availability of housing finance certainly has helped in Eastern Germany for the catch-up process. So we're quite optimistic that the curves between the West and the East will adjust. One thing I really like to point out is that, I mean, at least as far as Europe is concerned, internal migration is one of the major drivers of this wealth gap. And you have to ask the question, is it a wealth gap by choice, right? Because what we see is we see household formation in the metropolitan areas being quite strong. In general, we have positive household formation despite stagnating partially population. So even in Eastern Europe, where population is declining, we still have positive household growth because household formation then is picking up, of course, with great availability of supply. So the market solution is there. The market solution tells us we have an increasing supply and demand in the metros. That's being met somehow. I mean, the growth rate could be higher than 1%, could be 2% perhaps. Should be actually, because our vacancies are now down in Berlin, for example, to 1%, which is almost nothing, right? But we have a market solution here. So, I mean, but in addition, of course, we have that declining homeownership rate. And if you look at the spatial distribution, you see that in the small cities and in particular rural areas, there's almost no change, right? While in the metros, we have that collapsing homeownership rate. And of course, this leads then, if you calculate this through the price effects and so on, this leads to a housing wealth effect. I mean, I just simulated this back on the envelope here for a particular generation, where, of course, that generation loses compared to the overall supply picture, right? I mean, that's more or less a statistical effect of the fact that obviously preferences have changed somehow between cohorts here. And that's, I think, what we should discuss. So it's not just the quantitative push through of certain generations, but why do young households flock into the cities? Even though we have the internet, even if we have online work environments, why do they marry so late? Income instability, what can we do about it? And of course, we do not want to push people into ownership in a situation where we have house price income ratios of 10 to 25. That's the ratios now in the German cities. It used to be 3 to 4 20 years ago. Yeah, so we are really now depending on low interest rates, on availability of finance to push the last cohort into the market. So it's a little bit like US subprime. So we have a very dubious housing policy case. And if you start providing subsidies like in England, Professor Kehrt mentioned the housing support, you're making things worse, definitely. We have similar programs here like baby allowances and so on. They have all had the same effect going into prices. Of course, what we have is a social policy case brewing up. If you don't get the catch-up effect in the homeownership rate over time, as people move back from the cities, maybe into the suburbs or the smaller cities, or as basically they are stripped by, let's say, greedious landlords of the ability to save and invest in alternative assets. And by the way, also stock ownership, I found that very encouraging in the presentation of Professor Kehrt. Stock ownership has increased in the young generation. Home ownership has declined, but stock ownership and financial wealth ownership has increased. So it's not all bleak. Right? But of course, if you're squeezing yourself essentially by paying too much in a high price location, then we may have a social policy case brewing up in the long term. What can finance do? We have a correlation between the age spread and the availability of mortgage debt for young households. That's OECD, nice OECD result here. And what you can generally say is that those jurisdictions with a large rental sector, like Northern Europe, Germany, Denmark, Sweden, Netherlands, or also Korea, have rather limited access for young households to finance because they are mostly catered in the rental sector. Also, we had trends, of course, with declining rates that the governments pulled out of social housing, which is now being reversed really slowly because the capacity was not there for 20 years. In Berlin, public rental housing companies have not built for 20 years. Now they're building like crazy again. So they have to rebuild the capacity. They have to rebuild the urban land supply and so on. Home ownership support is also being cut back. Famous example, UK, under Gordon Brown, who basically canceled the mortgage interest deductibility. Then, of course, we have these regulatory constraints that Professor Kehrt mentioned on retail credit. And I've been one of the persons who worked on the Basel Committee and Basel Advisory Committee to you on these regulations. But we also have an increase in corporate housing finance, and we should not overlook that. So what's happening is that in the rental sector now, in Europe in particular, where you have that, I mean, as I said, we have 1% household growth in the metros, and we have lots of supply also coming through corporate finance, meaning through corporations that buy existing stock, modernize them, or also build new stock, which have access to bond finance or to institutional finance, all through investment funds, specialized investment funds, and impact funds also in the meantime, which are rather strong specialized segments, for example, housing for the elderly, student housing, and so on. So Europe is seeing a real revival of rental finance, and also going into affordable housing, going into also cross-border. So at least in those jurisdictions which are rental friendly, let's put it this way, we see quite a bit of corporate finance. So it's not all bleak. And the question is that the better way? Because you could start with corporate finance and then say, okay, we have the units there, and as people grow older and have the ability, have the down payments, then they can privatize. Yeah. So it's not just all a question of retail finance, right? And we know that the classic retail finance have failed in the crisis, high LTV, contract savings for housing. I mean, you mentioned Professor Kehrt, Singapore. Let me just mention that the contribution to the Central Provident Fund is 42%, 25% from the wage earner, and 17% from the employer. So that's quite a chunk of money. And if you direct that credit into housing, you need to ask yourself, am I losing something elsewhere? For example, investment in productive assets like stocks and other potential or unknown company and so on. So Singapore is doing a classic directed credit model here. It's also, of course, sharing the capital gains of a vibrant economic model that pushes up land prices, which is generous in itself, of course. But this directed credit component, we with the World Bank have always been very skeptical about large amounts of directed credit, not like, let's say, 10% of income, but we're talking really about a large percentage of income here that's being devoted and to extremely subsidized housing programs. So you have to be very careful with those kind of retail approaches to generalize them, right? Just one model that's being developing, I think that's what we will see in the higher price, but not in the highest price, in the higher priced metros is rent to own. As I said, you start with corporate finance, and then after a couple of years, once the down payment is built, then the beneficiary / tenant goes to the market, gets a mortgage loan, privatizes the unit. That needs to be formalized. That needs a legal structure. Question is, are you in rental law? Are you in corporate law, or in basically forward sales contracts? What kind of legal environment are we talking about? Then, of course, some economic constraints need to be dealt with. Of course, what we see usually is a kind of capital gains sharing mechanism. So the investor who provides the corporate finance gets a return, a yield, which depends, of course, on the local market conditions. In San Francisco, the yield is much lower than let's say, in Reno, right? And so what the US suppliers do is they go into the secondary markets where they have relatively stable yield, which can already cover the corporate financing cost. If they don't provide a capital gain sharing offer, if you don't have the yield, then you usually share some of the capital gain, right? So if you really want to do this in a high-priced location, then you need to say, okay, the supplier, the investor, gets part of the capital gain. So in other words, the house price exercise on which you exercise and buy ultimately needs to increase. I mean, that's probably what will happen in Seoul and other very high-priced areas. Then we're really in speculative territory, of course, right? These kinds of schemes, of course, from the tenant side, it's reverse. You don't want to deliver much capital gains, but you want to have some share. I mean, the advantage here of these models is you can already share some capital gain from the start, as opposed to being a renter only, right? And then waiting to privatize at some point in a systematic fashion. But of course, there are consumer protection issues and the question of fair capital gain sharing. So at the end of the day, what this creates is a kind of mezzanine type of short-term, mid-term investor. And I think we'll see a wave globally, starting in the US, but we see it in the UK, we see it also in emerging markets. I mean, we had cases in Vietnam, in Kenya, of course, and so on, and other places where these short-term investors popped up all of a sudden in the cities. The alternatives are the classic long-term leasing, right? And here in particular, I would like to draw your attention to the Austrian model, where you have long-term rental investment of non-profits, like in Scandinavia, it's very popular. And these non-profits provide a purchase option, which, and I understand that Seoul uses a relatively similar approach. These models are quite developed. They're, of course, quite politicized also in terms of endowing the purchase option, questions of transferring the public finance that comes with the building of the units and so on. But they have proven to be quite successful. In Vienna today, for example, produces 40% of the housing of Austria, which is where the housing should be built in the metro, right? So you have the supply, and 50% of that is through nonprofits offering these rent-to-own options. So I think with some birth pangs or so, this type of model, I think we're moving in the right direction. It's of course not a panacea. If you are sitting in a market of 20 house price income relation, then these models won't help either, or be very speculative. But I think for the secondary cities, at least for smaller metros, I think that's a suitable model. Yeah, thank you very much.
Thank you for your comments. So, let me correct again. We can finish our session at 6:10 as planned, and also the order of the panel discussion should be changed due to the internet connection. So as the second panelist, we will invite the Dr. Ira Verma, and then we will move on to the Cheongkyu Park and the Professor Chung, who are here. So Dr. Verma, would you go ahead?
Okay, thank you. I hope you will see my presentation. Yes. So my topic is a little bit different as I'm an architect, and I will talk you more about the quality. I work in Aalto University, Finland, and I have been doing research on housing for older adults and so-called universal design, and I'm talking about the aging-friendly communities. As we see globally, the seniors is the fastest age group, and they move to cities and they want to remain age in place in the cities. And as the seniors grow, we will have less working age people to take care of them, and we need to provide housing areas that support their independent living. That means accessible and affordable housing, also supportive outdoor spaces and public transportation. The cities have many advantages and allow seniors to be socially active also, but actually this all relates to the mixed land use in urban environment, also walkability and green infrastructure. And all this is related to the sustainable development goals in general. And we have to see the seniors more as a resource than a burden, as they give a lot of financial support to their children and also take care of grandchildren and other things. So, but there is a challenge that actually it is the population age 80 years, which is increasing very fast. And we, like Professor Meyer say, that we can anticipate, see ahead this development, and therefore the housing that we build today, they need to last for the next 100 years, and we have to see this demographic change. So I have been talking more about this designing for diversity of people, that we have to accept that people have different functional and social capacities, and we need to provide housing that is supporting the solidarity between generations. In Finland, we have seen that as living alone is becoming very common, half of the seniors in Finland live alone. And also it has now resulted also to construction of smaller apartments, which may lead to a lack of family apartments, and with this is challenging the young people. So, but there is some evidence from Sweden, for example, that when we grow old and have functional decline and become single, so the renting and downsizing becomes an option. And also in these graphs that we saw earlier, those over 80, they choose to rent. And also we can develop new tenure forms like rent of residence, right of residence. So when we all age, we still have our lifestyles and housing choices, and we want to stay in the places where we live. And we see that the voluntary moves of older generation, it's really much related to the quality of the environment, to have carefree daily life, access to services, and be in security. And that if we provide this housing, it will avoid and delay moving to any kind of residential care, which is very expensive. And in this way, like we provide savings to the whole society as a whole. And also it may decrease the care burden of young generations and also release these family homes to the younger generations. So this is which I wanted to highlight in this presentation, and I also sent you some further readings about my doctoral dissertation and our conference presentations. Thank you.
감사합니다. 예, 감사합니다. 그럼 세 번째로 박청규 박사님 모시겠습니다.
Okay.
마이어스 교수님과 탄 교수님께 발표 감사드립니다. 한국도 주택 수요와 공급의 문제가 있습니다. 그리고 이런 내용들도 아주 그 두 분의 발표에서 잘 보여줬던 것 같습니다. 제일 먼저 이런 주택의 수요와 공급에 대해서 말씀을 드리고 싶습니다. 이것은 매우 중요한 문제인데요. 제가 일하고 있는 국토연구원에서도 다양한 연구를 여기에 대해서 진행을 하였습니다. 국가통계청에서는요, 주택 수요, 즉 가구 수는 계속해서 증가하고 매번 이제 측정을 할 때마다 변동이 있다라고 했습니다. 최근 이제 조사에 따르면 여기 보시다시피 가구 수는 계속 증가를 하고 있습니다. 바로 이게 이제 주택 수요를 나타내는데요. 이것도 계속 증가를 저희가
The main reason for increase in the number of household is increasing single and double person household. Of course, single and two-person household need housing that can live independently. Okay. The ratio of the current housing price to the standard housing price by number of household was calculated. The single-person household exceeding 0.7 and the two-person household exceeding 1. A small number household does not significantly reduce housing consumption. I mean, they consume housing more than we expect, compared by regional average hedonic price. Okay, as Professor Myers pointed out, cohort is also important factor in determining housing demand. In Korea, the cohort effect for baby boomers has been dealt with a lot as an important research topic. But I found in 2020 that the cohort of increasing housing demand among young people was also statistically significant. Through the study, it is possible to predict that housing demand will not decrease significantly due to the cohort effect, even if the number of household members decreases. I used price and area, I mean housing size, as a dependent variables for housing demand, and I found a plus cohort effect of young people, and they have a tendency to consume better and bigger houses, such as especially K apartment. Okay, Professor Tang raised the issue of housing supply, and I think housing prices could be rise significantly if the supply preferred housing is expected to be insufficient. This could be even more in a lower interest rate situation. We simulated housing demand internally, and if the average demand for new homes in Korea is 400,000 units, the simulation shows that housing demand is likely to increase by 100,000 units in the last low interest rate situation. But now, as you know, the increase of interest rate is a hard issue in Korea. The demand direction will be opposite to what I say, okay? We need a stable housing supply to stabilize the housing market. The question of whether supply can respond well to to fluctuating housing prices is highly related to housing supply, electricity. Okay? Housing market conditions may vary from country to country, but I read in a paper that electricity of housing supply in the coastal area of the United States is low. In Korea, apartment complexes are preferred, and this type of housing is likely to less elastic than other type of houses. And Seoul and metropolitan area, which are more concentrated, have low electricity, and the local area have high electricity. I think that if the signal that housing supply will decrease in the market work, there will be a boom in the housing market. And the lower the electricity, the longer the impact of boom. Therefore, Seoul and the metropolitan area where supply electricity is low would be seen more so, okay? Second, I want to discuss the asset inequality. The Korea Research Institute for Human Settlement also carried a study that asset inequality is more serious than income inequality. And housing has a significant impact on asset inequality. In particular, the difference in inequality between total assets and real estate assets was quite large, depending on whether or not they own a house. Okay, in addition, the stable supply of housing to meet housing demand is needed, and efforts are needed to increase the elasticity of housing supply. Currently, the housing market is stagnating, and discussing the possibility of adjusting housing supply plan. Even if flexible adjustments are needed, depending on housing conditions, the basis and signal that housing can continue to be supplied stably is needed, because volatility in the market may increase again if there is anxiety about supply in the market. Okay, thank you. I emphasize what is especially important in Korea. Okay, thank you. That's it. Okay.
감사합니다. 예, 박정규 박사님 감사.
Thank you, Dr. Park. Yes, Professor Jung-hyuk.
Maybe not. Okay, thank you very much. I enjoyed the two talks, but I'd like to pitch a little different perspectives, and by switching the gear, and not sure if it's working. Okay. Next slide, please. There are basically two questions on the table. One is basically the home ownership inequality, and the other is a wealth inequality, but the main or common perspective is generational differences. My first comment about these two studies is about, are these generational differences are really something that we need to resolve? Because from the life cycle perspective, well, the current young will become tomorrow's old. So when you plan your decisions for your lifetime, it does not necessarily mean conflicts or actual inequality. So we have to think about the two issues by distinguishing the within cohort inequality versus across cohort inequality. And I'd like to make the rest of the comments from that perspective. Next slide, please. Well, home ownership gap, if you pitch this in the differential, can you go next slide, please? The main structure of the problems comes from this overlapping generations structure in demography. Let's say I cannot read my own slide from this back, so let me just follow my own discussion without seeing it. Home ownership delay was displayed by Dr. Meyer's data and also some part of the Professor Tang's data. But delay of the timing of home ownership is natural when the population is aging. So just observing this generational gap of home ownership for the same age group, I don't think there is nothing odd is going on that way. And what matters is actually whether the population demography, to be specific, actually it's not the population demography. What matters should be the household demography. Because as the economy changes and the job structure changes, the household structure evolves. Well, Professor Myers pointed a very important thing that if that mismatches between the supply and demand, it can be a problem. It's definitely a problem. But I think the more important problem in the aging society is as people get more aged, the old, who is supposed to be the supplier of house in the housing market, and the young are demanders, but the old turn to demanders. So that can be the fundamental force to pushing housing price up. So that kind of issue needs to be raised in considering the aging society. And furthermore, from as a macroeconomist, from the macroeconomic perspective, the housing price is determined by two components. One is structure, and the other is a valuation of the land. But the valuation of land, indeed, is determined by not just this housing demand and supply, because the price of land is mainly determined by the price or valuation of space. And how those valuation is done is again affected by the economic fundamental conditions. And as I told you, like a job structure and the household demography as well. So that should be the right approach to stabilize and to make the housing market affordable. Otherwise, paying attention to this house-oriented housing market policies may be ineffective. As Professor Tang already pointed, like supporting the young households, like mortgage loans or just direct subsidy, actually it's not a good thing to do, because in the end, by promoting the housing purchases of those young generation, well, housing price will rise, and then affordability for the next generation will become worse. So it's, in some sense, it's not a sustainable development way of promoting social welfare. So maybe that kind of abandoning that kind of framework per se may be important. And thinking about this valuation of the land, as I told you, and the right way of matching this housing supply and demand should reflect the size and types, and actually the entire urban architecture itself needs to be considered. That must be the direction to consider and resolve this home ownership and the wealth inequality issue. And furthermore, rather than this generational inequality, the more fundamental inequality is actually within cohort inequality. So relaxing financial constraint per se for each given cohort is more important rather than between cohort. That is the thing that I want to emphasize. And also, I had one last one, which I dropped a note, is, can you actually go to the last slide? I want to show you some data. Yeah. There is other important motive to hold housing, which is investment purpose. Here, what we need to understand is there are other assets than housing which affects the household wealth portfolio a lot, like stocks and bonds and everything. And then these two figures that I'm showing you here, on the left is, I think it's for the the long-term return, like say after 1800 until now, of the returns to stock investment and the housing, the so-called risky assets. And the right panel and the left panel to you shows the long-term time series fluctuation of the returns to the safe investment, the bond, the short-term or the long-term. We do see amazing cyclicality here, co-movement at the global level. And then basically the term of between the peak and the bottom corresponds a generation, between like 25 to 30 years. For the short cycle, it can be 17 to 20 years, but the big picture is peak to peak, it's like a generation. So that effects needs to be considered in thinking about there are so many demand-side housing market policies to discourage the speculation. Well, is it really the right way of doing it? There are much bigger forces out there that affects these returns to investment. So perhaps the best demand-sided housing market policies are stabilize the expectation, not the housing prices, not the transactions, not the restriction. Stabilize the expectation, so no surprises. That's the best demand-side housing market policy. And the supply side, and do not pay solely on the houses per se. You should really pay attention to land and how to use land. That should be the right direction. That's about it. And thank you.
감사합니다.
Thank you very much. So we had a wonderful panel discussion from the four panelists. Unfortunately, you don't have the slides or the materials of these panel discussion. So maybe the organizer will try to upload the presentation materials online, so you can refer to that later. Especially Professor Chung talked about the policies to narrow the gap between the generations. The young generation, supporting young generation currently can be the burden for the coming generations too. And he also said that we cannot make the demand and supply that simple. So focusing too much on the demographics. And also Professor Park talked about the Korean characteristics, about the housing elasticity, because Korea has more the huge apartment complex, unlike the other countries. And also the Dr. Joachim Divel talked about the Berlin cases, and also the Dr. Verma talked about the housing for the aged generation. And the multi-generation community is highly required for more universal and inclusive society, she said. So with these valuable insights, and we need to have more further exchanges with the Professor Myers and Professor Tang, but we don't have enough time, and we also need to get questions from the floor. And shall we have the final a wrap-up comments, all the sentences you want to say daily in this session. So I will give the opportunity to. So we will go from the reverse order. So maybe Professor Chung, I will give the opportunity to you first.
I want to add just one more comment about Singaporean model, which is a great model, but it works not because it's a public housing, but because Singapore preemptively made the land cheap. That was the main thing. So that way, if Korea wants to learn something from Singapore, then the focal point should be the land. Yeah,
네.
that's all I want.
네, 맞는 말.
Yes, I totally agree to you. I am from the housing LH, and we thought about the public ownership of the land. I believe that the Singapore has a state-owned land. That's why they can provide the affordable housing. I'm sorry, this should be mentioned by the Professor Tang, but I'm sorry. So please wait for a while. Then I will hand over the microphone to the Professor Park first.
I prepared some subject, but I want to emphasize the tax problem, tax issue. The elderly who retired from the job can make rental income through housing asset. Okay? However, in Korea, it's difficult to obtain rental income through housing asset because taxes are heavy on multiple homeowners. Asset inequality may exist depending on whether someone owns a house or how many own. But if home renters fulfill their proper social obligations, such as long-term, low rent, and receive tax incentives, tenants and renters can make a win-win rental structure. Actually, there was once a suspicion that too many incentives were given to rental businesses in Korea, causing a boom in the housing market. Since then, the system has removed. I think it is necessary to provide proper incentives to rental businesses. I mean, not excessive, and encourage them to fulfill their social duties so that housing assets can serve as a named residential improvement rather than simply causing inequality. This is my opinion for housing, aging and housing asset. Okay.
아까 첫 번째 세션에서
So in the first session, we talked about the issue of empty houses. And to resolve this issue, I think the concept of housing has to change. It was mentioned by a panel or speaker, I think. And we will move on to Dr. Burma. Anything to add?
Yeah, I just wanted to also add that this land use is a very important issue in housing and also in quality of housing. And also in Finland, we have subsidized housing, but the quality requirements for those are exactly the same than for private owned, so that it doesn't affect the qualities. That if we provide subsidized housing, it needs to meet the same qualities. That I wanted to add. Thank you.
네, 예, 감사합니다. 네.
Thank you. Moving on to Dr. Dubel. Do you have anything to add?
Yeah, I'm just summarizing here that I think I agree with Professor Chong, for example, that it's a time for supply-side policies and not demand-side policies. We shouldn't add more fuel to the urban fire. And in that regard, absolutely land market. I mean, look at Vienna, how they're doing it in terms of inclusionary zoning, which has minimum requirements for affordable housing, social housing. There are a couple of European models on the land market side which are quite interesting. And of course, public ownership of land is important and has been a problem in a lot of places through austerity policies. And I think we will see a revival of public land banking, or at least public, clear public planning in regard to land use. Otherwise, I'd just like to echo. I mean, the corporate finance sphere shouldn't be underestimated on the demand side. And and also when you talk about rental markets that are not that are tax hampered and so on, I mean, this is all implicit supply side policy, although technically it's demand side. But you need to make sure that on the rental side, both in retail rental and in corporate rental, you have enough flexibility to really react to the situation, in particular in an increasing interest rate situation. So with that, I think it was a very good session, and we covered all the important aspects. Thank you.
네, 감사드립니다.
Thank you very much. So can we give the opportunity to Professor Tang first, and then the Professor Myers, if you have any comments or other wrap-ups?
Yep, thank you so much for the comments. Yeah, I would just like to first talk about aging housing, which I think is also a pressing problem for Singapore and many cities out there. And I totally agree that, you know, how do we, it's an important question, how do we retire comfortably with housing? And as I mentioned as well, in Singapore, we tend to use our pension fund to finance housing, and it becomes important to think about how we can consume the housing equity when we retire, because housing is illiquid and we don't want all our money to be stuck with housing. And what's also mentioned by Professor Park is that in Korea, it's very expensive for the elderly households to rent out housing. And that becomes very problematic. And in Singapore, there are some policies to actually allow the elderly households to consume this sort of housing equity. And this include something that Professor Jong has mentioned, which is reverse mortgage, that allows you to basically reverse mortgage your house and to receive some sort of payments, on the consistent basis for retirement. And of course, something else that could potentially be considered is some sort of a lease buyback scheme where you know that you own a house and you have that asset. Is it possible to actually sell off the tail end of your lease back to the government and get a constant payout to your retirement fund? So that is another possibility of doing so. But of course, there are also some concerns pertaining from the elderly household if they decide, to pass these assets to the later generation, or this could potentially hamper that possibility. And as Dr. Park has also mentioned just now, that the state actually owns most of the land, about 90%, which explains why the Singapore government is able to provide housing at a much subsidized rate. And I totally agree with Professor Jong is that land is quite cheap in Singapore, at least between the government agencies, because they own the land, that's why they are able to produce mass amount of public housing at a very cheap rate. So as I also mentioned during my presentation, it seems to be a very difficult policy to be replicated elsewhere. Yep. Thank you.
마이어스 교수님 부탁드립니다.
Professor Myers, please go ahead.
Yes, thank you. Well, I really enjoyed listening to these remarks by my fellow participants. A lot of great ideas here, really. I just have two points, I think broad points. One is housing, unlike all other economic goods, is unique. It's rooted in space. You can't move it around. And it's so long-lived. The length of the lifespan of a house is longer than the lifespan of the human being who occupies it. And the occupants themselves stay in their houses so very long. We really haven't figured out still a good way how to manage that process of change that ultimately does happen after 30 years of occupancy. But it really, the generations are bunched up in bubbles. And when they move all together. Aging is inevitable. And we're facing another big transition right now. That's the millennials are very important to help us absorb all this. They've been held back by the Great Recession, which delayed them, and this delay actually stores up their pent-up demand, which will continue to be released over the next decade. And so that's both a resource and a threat because it can be too excessive. My last point, I just want to raise a question to leave everybody with. I am just really baffled. How is it that we have this housing crisis in every nation in the world, every developed nation? What happened that synchronized this? Is it the global financial crisis that happened in 2009 or 2008, and that sort of brought everybody into synchronization? It contracted the building industries everywhere. Is it the generational bubble that started after World War II, and there were this generation that was all that occupying housing for 40 years, and now they're nearing the end of their life cycle? What is it that has brought this housing crisis to every nation? I mean, I guess Japan has escaped it more than others. Is that right? Tokyo is more affordable as a large city than other cities. But generally speaking, to me, I think we have to figure that out, because there's something very big, very broad, that's beyond local control that has been shaping all of this. And we're kind of operating with small little Band-Aid solutions when there's something more substantial that may be required for a durable solution. And maybe it's possible that Dr. Dubell knows best, because he's a consultant that goes around and looks at different nations. He's got ideas, I suppose. I'd like to hear from him, maybe even privately, right at a time. I am curious what you have to say. But each of us has a perspective on that unifies these nations. And I think it's just really important to figure it out, because the US can't solve it. Korea can't solve it by itself. There's something bigger we have to figure out.
아마 주택 위기라고 말씀하.
So you talked about the housing crisis. Maybe the housing price is too high. That's why the young generation cannot access. And maybe he also talked to the Dr. Duval about that. But I'm so sorry, but we are behind the schedule. But we have to give the opportunity for the audience to ask the questions too. So we will see you again later. Any questions from the floor? We have 2 questions from the floor. So first, please pass the microphone. Hello, thank you for your presentation. I have a question to Professor Tang. Professor Tang talked about the Singaporean cases to lower the house affordability, to increase the house affordability for the first homeowner. And also you gave the examples like a marriage. So the marriage can increase for that, but whether it can affect to the fertility directly or not. So in this policy, I wonder how big increase in the fertility in Singapore, and also usually the good jobs and the good income is the basic instincts for the people, desire for the people. So this desire can be solved by the housing itself, like MZ generation that can solve all the conflicts between the generation. I believe that that's the social context and social value issues. So I believe that the education policies are highly required, but do you think the housing policy can solve those kind of issues too?
Okay. So pertaining to the first question on fertility, I don't really have the data now readily to talk about the sort of fertility rates. But one thing is that what I can highlight is that definitely this, based on anecdotal evidence, a lot of us actually went, like I'm a Singaporean, and a lot of my friends, during university when they are about to graduate, they will start settling down, and a lot of them have decided to settle down and to get married because they want the access to public housing. There's always this concern, where you get in too late into the housing market, and then prices will keep increasing. So that becomes a very interesting policy, tying housing with marriage formation in terms of encouraging people to buy houses. And I think it also becomes increasingly important, as I've also mentioned during our presentation, is that it's very hard for one person to be, as a first-time homeowner, without the sort of intergenerational transmission of wealth from your parents, to actually thinking about owning a house, especially when you want to, like, for instance, buy a house in Seoul, Tokyo, or these major cities. And so that becomes important, having two people working collectively on this aim and having enough savings to actually pay the down payment. Sorry, I didn't really get your second question. Do you mind repeating it? Because I didn't get it through the translation.
So the second question was that you think that the housing policy itself can solve all the problems of the social issues. So maybe I suggest that you withdraw the second question because it's too difficult to answer here.
Thank you.
그리고 싱가포르이
Also in Singapore, they give the housing, public housing, if they are aged more than 35, not just a marriage couple. According to the presentation, if they are the aged more than 35, even though they are single, they can receive the public housing. So the single person can receive the housing too.
Dr. Cho, your question? Oh, thank you so much. You have saved us. You want to ask a question, but you gave up. Okay, thank you so much. And now let me wrap up this session. We spent a long time, and I was surprised to see all the participants staying with us until the very end. I think it was thanks to the great insights of our speakers and panelists. I hope the discussions that we shared today could be reflected to Korea's housing and urban finance policies, and also in supporting the young and the elderly by making a better society. So, although regretful, let me now wrap up the session. Thank you very much once again, everyone.
I'd like to thank moderator, panel discussants, and presenters for what was a very fruitful discussion, and I think it was a session that gave us a lot of food for thought. Well, ladies and gentlemen, unfortunately, we've come to the end of the 9th International Forum on Housing and Urban Finance. On behalf of our host, I would like to thank all the participants who are joining us here at the venue and also joining us virtually. Thank you very much for your active participation and interest, and we look forward to your participation next year as well. Thank you. And one housekeeping announcement for all of our participants here.